Good morning. On behalf of ICMA, I'm delighted to welcome you all to the second CE Human Capital Summit. Thank you for being part of the summit. Today, we gather at a critical stage where the rapid pace of domestic infrastructure development, technological advancement, evolving nature of work, and the demand for sustainable infrastructure are redefining the construction equipment industry. At the heart of this transformation lies our most valuable resource, people. This conference is not just about the construction equipment and its growth. It's about the main pillar that powers this industry, workforce, from engineers and operators to talented strategists and HR leaders and everyone who is part of this industry. It is truly a privilege for us to host such a diverse and distinguished group of speakers, panelists, HR professionals, researchers, and whole community of construction equipment industry. Your presence here today speaks to your dedication to this vital topic of human capital and to the shared goal of driving innovation, collaboration, and meaningful dialogue. A special thanks to the mentor, convener, and co-convener of ICMA Human Capital Panel, Mr. Dimitrov Krishnan, Mr. Shalabh Chaturvedi, and Mr. Umesh Hota. They have guided us in forming the concept of this conference to have some meaningful discussions. May I request our esteemed speakers for this opening session to join us on stage. Mr. Shalabh Chaturvedi, convener, ICMA Human Capital Panel, and Managing Director, India and SARC, Case Construction Equipment, India Private Limited. Mr. Dimitrov Krishnan, immediate past president and mentor, Human Capital Panel, ICMA, Chairman, Infrastructure Equipment and Skill Council, and Managing Director, Volvo Construction Equipment, India Private Limited. Mr. Anand Roop Ghosh, partner, Deloitte. Now, I would like to request Mr. Shalabh Chaturvedi to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, distinguished guests, my colleagues. Like last time, I have printed notes which I will choose to skip. If I think of it, today is World Environment Day, and we planted a sapling 1 year ago. In this hall, in this hotel, which was the first Human Capital Summit for the CE sector of highway sector. The plant is growing. It's growing quite well. We also had the support of Deloitte back then. We still have their support even after a year. We started the first summit with a report which had some insights on human capital trends, but it was about 9-10 companies which were participating, and therefore the statistical significance of the report wasn't that great. Now over a year, I think this group collectively is doing a reasonable work to drive awareness. This time we have 25 companies who have participated in the same report, exact same report, but now the data is much more solid. It comprises OEMs, it comprises suppliers, vendors, because there was a need also felt that we cannot have only the OEM view or just the vendor's view. Last time when I delivered my opening address, we talked about the Silkyara tunnel tragedy and how construction equipment and human capital together helped get those 40 laborers who were stuck in that tunnel with the entire nation watching with bated breath and getting those people out. Today I will take you to another thought experiment. Think of an assembly line, let's say in Pithampur, Madhya Pradesh, a place many of you might not have heard about, but it's in central India, industrial hub of Madhya Pradesh. And imagine that there is a fully automated line making vibratory compactors or road rollers. There are robots flying, there are cobots, there are programs done, and it's all very automated. There are automated guided vehicles and things are looking really next level. But between each station, continuously doing the algorithm is the human capital, which is trying to make sense of it, that whether the validation is right, whether the fitment is right, whether it is all making sense. And that is where I think we are at that sort of inflection point for CE industry in India specifically, where we see that how Industry 5.0 brings in that empathy, that human element, which otherwise sometimes in our automation we miss out. Also think of it this way, the CE industry in India today, we just recently released the report, is about 140,000 units that we did last year. We are on the cusp of becoming a net exporter as an industry, which very few industries in India can boast about. India is a large domestic market, of course, and we are doing a lot there, but we are also inching very close to becoming a net exporter and bringing the necessary foreign exchange for the government. The forecast is that by 2030, and which is tomorrow, by the way, it's not far. By 2030, the industry will move from 140,000 to 250,000 units. We should become nearly the second largest construction equipment country in the world. Today, the number 1 and number 2 are between US and China. India is the third today. And we should, by 2030, become the second largest construction equipment segment. What it means in terms of our human capital requirement? It would mean that we would need 6 million people working in our sector. 6 million, get your head around that. It is not a statistic, it is a challenge in front of all of us. How do we attract that manpower? Because there are competing interests. There are all the startups of the world who are doing the last mile delivery, attracting a lot of young talent there. There is, of course, the IT sector. The GCCs are growing in India dramatically over the last 4, 5 years, 6 years. And all these sectors are competing for the same talent pool. Ironically, India also suffers a large unemployment rate. So on one hand, we have a talent gap. On the other hand, we have unemployment. And I think this is where all of us can come together and try to bridge that gap. Try to show that picture to the youth of today that this industry is becoming more, let's say, attractive from a technology point of view, which is sometimes missed. And in the last session, one of the last sessions, we had a discussion last year, I remember, that a typical construction equipment or a loader backhoe, let's say, today has more number of sensors than the fanciest car out there. You'll be surprised to know. A Porsche or any other of those cars, they have lesser number of sensors than a construction equipment. The operator cabins, the level of comfort that has changed. India is also taking dramatic strides. India has moved now to one of the cleanest emission regime in the world. We are at stage 5 equivalent emission regime starting this year for all our wheeled equipment. No other country in the world is at a superior emission norm than India. No other country. The only country or the only cluster of countries which is at par with us is European Union, maybe South Korea and Israel. North America is still stage 4. Rest of Asia Pacific is non-emissionized, stage 0, stage 3, something like that. China is stage 4 emission. South America is largely stage 3, except for maybe Chile or Colombia who have moved to stage 4. So India is at the forefront. We are on the emission scale the cleanest in the world, which also means that our equipment are now saleable anywhere in the world. There is no country which is at a higher emission or safety standards than India. All the operator cabins are now ROPS FOP certified, which means roll over protection system. If the machine topples, nothing happens to the operator. If a branch of the tree falls on the operator cabin, nothing happens to the operator. So those kind of safety norms have also come in India, which are again the best in the world. The noise norms have come. A few years back, sometimes we had challenges in selling construction equipment in central Delhi or in South Mumbai, where during the day because of traffic you can't work. At night when you work, it disturbs the sleep of people because the equipment make a lot of noise. Now we also have noise norms, where all the construction equipment emit only a certain permissible level of noise and not beyond that. So by all of this, I'm trying to tell you that from a technology point of view, and that is also the leadership lens for today, that how towards a competitive and future-ready workforce in a tech-driven CE industry. Tech-driven is very important here because we are seeing a lot of technology getting more and more immersed in construction equipment. Whether it be in the way we are designing the products, whether it is in the way we are supporting our products. So if a machine is working in a remote site, through telematics, Umesh lost his bag, and I was joking with him today morning that if his bag had telematics in it, we would have been able to trace his bag easily. All construction equipment have, by the way. So in a tech-driven industry, with even on the product support side, technology is coming all pervasive. Every aspect we do. It is also coming in our human capital, the way we deal with humans. A few years back, organizations used to have those mid-year reviews, year-end reviews, but now we are doing monthly pulse checks. What is the pulse? Doing quick surveys, 2-minute surveys, without having a survey overload. We at CNH are using Microsoft Glint, for example, just to give you a name of a tool, which tells us that what is the emotion for the last month, what are the people thinking. So this is the way in which technology is coming all pervasive. And in this tech-enabled industry, how do we empower our workforce, our people, and how do we attract more people, more importantly, to bridge the gap to 6 million by 2030, to reach 250,000 units for India construction equipment industry to become the second largest industry in the world, is what we are going to deliberate today. The sapling we planted is growing, and by next Environment Day, I am sure it will become even more robust. Thank you, everyone.
I invite Mr. Anandru Ghosh to share the insights on future of workplace in CE industry.
Thank you very much. I was expecting to be third. I was sort of preparing myself to hear you speak and then come on. But good morning, everyone. And like Shalabh mentioned, it's a great pride to be involved second year round in this forum that your industry has created. From our perspective, it's actually genuinely interesting for us to see this industry evolved in a different way from a lot of how other industries have been. I mean, to be able to adapt to a human capital framework, to have 25 of you come in and participate in a study, like pretty much, and like you described, about 3 times the number of participants from the previous years. All of this is a reflection of the nature of commitment that you all are bringing into this conversation. From my perspective, and again following your example, we had a bit of some notes prepared, but I'll ignore that, and I will. I really like the way you speak from your heart, so I'll try and emulate that as much as possible. I think, again, to the first point that you mentioned about, one of the points that you mentioned about the fact that you want to look at, you will employ 6 million people in the next few years. Just to put it in context, take a guess how many people work in the IT plus GIC industry in India. Any numbers that come to mind to you? Broadly speaking, if it's 6 million, you will be about 30 to 35% of what the overall IT plus GIC industry in India is today. Now imagine that as a scale. Like IT, GIC is the largest employer in India per se, outside of government and so on. So you'll be 30% of that industry size. This room, all of you sitting here, will have to be about 15-30 times bigger than what you are today to be able to get to that number. And that's to think about it, it's a huge scale question. It's a huge scale challenge. And all of you who are from HR or people functions here, I don't know whether you feel daunted by this or not, but it is genuinely a large and daunting climb for all of you from here. There is a whole bunch on the industry in terms of, and I don't want to preach to the choir in terms of how the industry is doing, what you are planning, and so on. I mean, all of you know how the last year was, how are you looking at the next 4 or 5 years. You'll also read the trends report that we have created, and a lot of that will capture, and I'm not repeating that here, but there are 4 things that hearing Shalabh speak, I thought I'll bring up in this conversation. Number 1, and again, going to the point that you mentioned, it's the human in the entire process is very often ignored nowadays with this whole talk of AI and digital and technology. Now, we cannot naturally ignore in any form of manner the role that AI, digital and technology will have in all our organizations and in the workplace. Absolutely cannot ignore and should not ignore. But only talking of that creates the challenge that we are probably not focusing on what is it that people need reassurances around. If you think of the average employee all around us, we are being constantly bombarded with the fact of how jobs will go away, how everything will change now, how everything will change in 3, 5, 7, 10 years. What are we doing to be able to solve the question of that the individual has is what becomes of me then? What do I do in going forward in this environment that you're predicting? And that question, unfortunately, most people don't have a good answer to. Because of the rate of change of technology, you can't really predict what is going to happen to people. What you, however, can provide to people none of us have the answer to saying what are the 5 different skills that you need 3 years down the line. It will change. Things will come. What you can do is to constantly work on 2, 3 basic areas. One is ensure that people are made more digitally fluent. There is greater understanding of technology, there's greater appreciation of technology, there's greater appreciation of digital ways of working. 2 is you constantly drive the message of the fact that learning is not what you finish in college or postgraduate. Learning has to be on a daily basis in everything, in every part of your working experience as well. It's a very difficult thing to do. Classically, the way individuals have been built for the last 50, 70 years in our work environments, we believe that learning stops once we come into work. After that, whatever we learn on the job is whatever learning is. But we don't have to go back into technicals and fundamentals to be able to develop ourselves. So that's a change, it's a shift in terms of how people think about learning going forward. The third is, and this is more organizational, is how you plan for your workforce requirements for 3, 5, 7 years. What we call the strategic workforce planning, etc. Because the one mistake that companies have made across industries is hired wrong. If you look at the technology industry, for instance, in the 2020 to 2023 period, everybody, all the way from the large organizations in Silicon Valley to India, everybody overhired, and now they're all firing. And that's a very unfortunate reality for the person who got hired then is getting fired 3, 4 years down the line. At abysmally large compensation levels they were hired, and now they're not able to find jobs in the market. As an industry, it's important to have a more thought-through approach towards what your workforce should look like, what your organization should look like in the next 2, 3, 5, 7 years, and hire accordingly. You have a large hiring requirement that we just spoke about, but what is the organization structure against which that you hire for these? And we often ignore this workforce planning concept as we go through our daily processes. But as an industry, given that you're going to go through this change, this will be a very important part of what we see this industry needs to think about. And then finally, the one other challenge that I wanted to highlight is that, and we see this across industries, is that the external, the world outside your industry will not help you provide the nature of skills that you need in your industry. The academic infrastructure, as we just mentioned that there are so many graduates in India but so much underemployment. Here is a statistic, some of you might have seen this. The interesting fact is that in India, the chance of being unemployed goes up with education. The more educated you are, the less chances of being employed. Obviously, the quality of jobs will differ, but people who do not have education or are sub-class 10 educated and people who are post-graduation, the post-graduations are 3 times less likely to have a job than people who don't have a class 10 certificate. like I said, nature of jobs that these two kinds of people will have is different. But the underlying point about this is that education system today is not able to provide the nature of skills that you need, all of us need as organizations. Therefore, it becomes incumbent on the industry to be able to drive that difference. As you hire large numbers of people, as you need more people in your organizations, the world will not, the world outside will be woefully inadequate in being able to provide you the nature of skills and capabilities you need. It will have to be built within your organizations. The technology industry, given that they hire such large numbers, have been doing this for the last 5-7 years. They've gone further, they've gone deeper into academic infrastructure, changed curriculum in universities and colleges, and have been doing it. The pharma industry right now is going through that change right now, as they are doing the same thing as well. If you're going to be a large employer going forward, that's one of the most important things that you'll also have to start thinking about. But that's enough of, I don't know, I sometimes come up on stage and seem like the doomsday prophet, and I don't want to be that way, but the important thing is that last time this was in this session, it was one of those extremely rare conferences where every conversation had a lot of candor and frankness in interactions. And I remember there was a panel discussion, and I think the entire audience was participating in the panel discussion as much as the panelists were. And I think that is, I hope that candor and frankness in conversation continues this year as well. With that, wish you all a wonderful day and a fantastic FY26. Do read the report. It will give you interesting insights, and thank you again for having Deloitte as your partner for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Anand. Now is the time to release the ICMA Human Capital Workforce Trends Report 2025, which is an in-depth study of workforce trends in the construction human equipment industry. Based on the inputs received from ICMA members, it will be a strategic resource for data-driven workforce planning and policy development in the industry. We request our speakers to release this report, and I would also request Mr. Umesh Hota, co-convener of ICMA Human Capital Panel, and EVP HR, JCB India Limited, Ms. Seema Gupta, Director General ICMA, Dr. Nilesh Gupta, Partner Deloitte, also join us on stage. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you all for releasing this report. We are grateful especially to the members of ICMA Human Capital Panel who have shared their inputs and helped us in making this report.
Good morning. First and foremost, it's very heartening for me to stand here and address the second Human Capital Summit. It's not so long ago that we decided to formulate the Human Capital Panel in 2022 during my presidency of the ICMA as an association. One thing that was missing in the things that we were working on was that we were not working on people-related matters. Of course, we were working on skill matters because we had created the Skill Council, I think way back in 2013, if I recollect. 13, right, Vijay? 14, yeah. And but from a holistic perspective about people, culture, leadership, what is really needed, we were not really having any agenda that was being driven. And as we set our vision 2030 in late 2021, it was clear that the kind and scope of change, and some of the numbers Shalabh already spoke about in his speech, to be 250,000 units in 2030, the second largest market in the world, $25 billion in top line as an industry, and $6 billion out of that as exports. These numbers are not going to happen without having a very strong human capital. I have said this before in different occasions, but I'll repeat. I strongly believe that every business is first a people business before it is a product or a services business. And I think the value of, developing human capital can never be underestimated. There was one more number that I think Shalabh mentioned, there was 6 million, and then Anandrup also touched on it. And I want to just clarify that the 6 million that we speak about, in fact, currently it's about 3.5, 4 million, is in our entire ecosystem. So when we in ICIMA talk about the human capital that we are actively working with as an industry, we're talking about our entire ecosystem, starting from our sub-suppliers to tier 1 suppliers to our plants, our distribution partners, but also our customers. Given that every piece of construction equipment, once it goes out into the market, creates roughly about 6 jobs. Operators, technicians, at the customer end, but also at the distribution end, and the people that are necessary to run the whole ecosystem. So as an industry, we are impacting about 6 million lives and their families. And in that sense, we have an immense responsibility. So when we are working on this large mass of human capital, our strategies need to be in that regard quite broad. And hence the agenda of the human capital panel and the summit needs to cover this entire bandwidth. We just got started in 2023 with the with support of Deloitte on the human capital agenda. We focused more in the nearest ecosystem, which is basically our teams, our distribution, and mostly talking about evolving needs of talent and leadership of construction equipment companies. But we will need to expand this to cover our entire ecosystem and how we address it. Luckily, we have the Skill Council, which has been working on our customer and dealer ecosystem for the last 10 plus years, about 11 years now. And we have IESC, Indian Infrastructure Equipment Sector Council, as part of the Human Capital Panel. And in that sense, we need to embrace the work that is being done and to expand it. Recently, we had a detailed review of the Skill Council's agenda and its strategy going forward. While over the last 10 to 11 years, we focused heavily on the operator ecosystem, technicians, more at the hands-on skills that is needed for our industry to sustain and to make it more safe and sustainable. Going forward, we'll have to address even higher level jobs, whether it is, we have discussed about partnering with academic institutions to actually work on the curriculum. We talked about employability challenges. So we are working with the Assam DTET on working on a 1 semester long construction equipment related syllabi that will actually make the engineers coming out of those institutes or diploma engineers coming out of those institutes to be more employable in our sector, and given the needs of our sector is growing. Both, when I say sector, it's not just CE industry, but also our customer ecosystem and our distribution ecosystem. So that is something that we are working on. Of course, that is the one such initiative, but that needs to multiply. Other than that, in the industry as well, there is a lot of specific job roles where the skills are quite generic across companies. Whether it is take a parts logistics person whose needs of understanding is data analytics or inventory management, and those are very generic skills. And those are the areas again where we need to create programs in the skilling ecosystem to try and make that. But then when you take it to the next level, what we would need to do also, and that's an area where the Human Capital Panel and the Skill Council can work more actively, is in the area of development of people leaders, and both at the mid-level and as at the senior level. We have a lot of people from the industry who have superannuated and are somehow or the other still connected to the industry. They have a lot of knowledge about leadership and people becoming people leaders and managers, and we can potentially host a fairly large number of people for mentoring and leadership development initiatives. So that's another area of high-end intervention that we should actually, in the industry, try to propagate. And I think those are the things that we need to, engage in and try to bring it to reality. Another area where I'm sure most of you are working on is the National Apprentice Trainee Scheme, which the Government of India launched 2 years ago, which is a mandate on us that we must have 2% of our workforce being, every year supporting 2% of our workforce as in the NATS program. And I can tell you, we have in Volvo, we have been working with it, and we've been focusing primarily on tier 3 colleges to bring these NATS. And in 1 year, we see transformation in their thought process, and working with brands like ours or many of yours will make them also, easily employable in the industry, whether it is in any of the, in our supplier ecosystem, in our OEM ecosystem, or in our distribution ecosystem. So there is a huge amount of work and impact that we can have if all of us can fully embrace the NATS program and really take it to its logical impact. At Volvo, we have also actually decided to take NATS as one as a program where we will actually do the NATS program, but we'll also find ways and means to employ them in our larger ecosystem, connecting them to our distributors, connecting them to our customers, and make sure that they have a way to get into the industry. So many such initiatives, and I think in the last summit, we talked a lot about the attractiveness of our industry and how can we attract people into our industry. I think tier 2, tier 3 colleges, particularly tier 3 colleges, are the places where degrees are there, but they are not really worth the paper they are written on. I mean, they are not really worth it. So we as an industry can make an impact by bringing them closer to the world that we are, the physical reality of our industry, and make them, employable and valuable. In fact, yesterday I met one such trainee in our Delhi office together with my team for dinner, and it is very heartening to see this student comes from a remote village in a place called Shahjahanpur near Bareilly, and he was, I can't remember the college he was from, but somewhere in that area, and 6 months down the line, you can see a transformation in the person's whole personality, in how he presents himself. So that's the kind of impact we can have on people. And as a human capital custodians here in this room, I would only appeal, let's do our best to, give an impact to society. One more thing I want to talk about broadly is what is happening on the customer end, and that's generally in society, and all of us are also equally impacted. The impact of using digital technology in our daily lives, in our mindsets. One of the things, I've been 32 years in this industry, and when I started in the industry, there was no mobile network, there was no internet. In fact, the wired telephone was a luxury in homes. That was the time I started in the industry, and the way of learning and the way of communication and the way people interacted had a certain pace to it, had a certain value based on, which was very highly based on respect. As a young service engineer in 1994, when I was going out to meet a customer, taking a bus from Goa bus stand and going to a place called Ratnagiri, and where Konkan Railway was under construction, you get off the bus, there's somebody actually waiting to spot you and say, oh yeah, are you from, this company, So that was how we used to coordinate, human to human coordination. And then, they take care of you, you go there. For them, you are the messiah, you are the one who is going to solve his problem. There is no other way to reach out to anybody, because the nearest STD booth was probably 50 kilometers away or something. And when you are there with your knowledge and your capability that you go in front of the customer, you do things, you literally create magic for them. There's no way you can actually get technical support on the phone or, so there was a very different world. The value for human time and the skill was very, very high. Today, cut it to today, everything is available at the press of a button. So obviously, many of us have uptime centers connecting machines remotely. In fact, even before the customers tell whether there's a problem on the machine, we know there is a problem and we are contacting customers to solve proactively the issues in many cases. The result of it on the customer's mindset is also very different. Their expectations have gone through the roof, that things will happen in basically in seconds, and decisions expected on very large values are over a phone call without information and things like that. So when you put yourself in that ecosystem where the products have become complex, they are having lots of, as you mentioned about the more number of sensors and ECUs on an excavator than a Porsche car, it's true. They are also obviously much more complex ecosystems as products. And the expectations have gone through the roof. And in this period, and then the kind of technological upgradation a young engineer needs to get into himself within a short period of time is extremely high. And in this period, and when these people are faced with expectations from end customers which are, extremely high, the stress that we are creating in the system is extremely high. We do not realize what our young engineers are faced with in the field as they deal with customers. And so I wanted to just sensitize the fact that, the challenge in developing young talent for industry is also about their ability to step back and look at things and not get, impacted by extremely stressful situations and be able to handle it maturely. When the pace was lower, it was easier to do. Today, we will see in our workforce lots of challenges of mental health that will be coming in this kind of environment where there's a very high pressure to perform. And that's another element I wanted to just bring it here, that, how do we prepare our workforce for this extremely fast pace of expectation growth which is happening due to the larger ecosystem that is evolving. And I'm sure this is not just in our industry, in many other industries too. So with those words, let me come to the Human Capital's Trend Report. So today's summit, we have a much more robust trends report this time, with a more, as was mentioned, a lot of inputs from many of you. We hope that this will help us to be will be a strategic guide for our industry leaders. What are the areas that it covers? The report covers workforce strategy and planning for future capabilities, performance and reward systems, which are obviously of very high interest to our people and culture community, how learning and development as a tool is evolving. The role of HR tech, I think last time we had a lot of discussion on HR tech. We had some HR tech people who were participating in the summit. Of course, a focus on DEI. And I was yesterday in a call where I was listening to the challenges of DEI in the US market, with Trump coming in, and how the DEI agenda, while organizations are committed to that broader agenda, which is actually very fair agenda, how it has suddenly become a threat for companies. By using the word DEI itself has become a challenge. That was very revealing, and it was what I understood yesterday was it is not just because Trump came in. This was already happening 2 years before. There were some activists who were working on this aspect of positive discrimination, as they call it, and then there were people who were basically, doing, what is it called, the revelations about companies, what they are doing, and that then it became a movement which became a political issue eventually, and at the end we had Trump making this decision. So, and how companies who have worked with DEI for 50 years to develop, it suddenly have to rethink on their entire approach, forget about anything, even the language that you use on promoting equal opportunity employment, So that has become the threat, and I think that's a very, luckily in India we don't have this situation. We have a much better, fairer understanding about equity. Our society has been one of diversity forever. Even 4,000 years ago in our society, that understanding was there. Of course, that brought bad practices too along with it, but at the same time, the understanding about equity is fairly deep-rooted in our culture, and we need to just make sure we practice it. And I hope that this report will also give new insights around that. And of course, lastly, on the ESG strategies and how they are integrated into the human capital frameworks. I'm sure these themes reflect today's changing expectation of today's workforce and the responsibilities that are evolving for the leadership along with it. I'm sure this summit, I see a lot of familiar faces from last time, but also some new. And I hope that all of you and many of you will share your insights on the stage, but also off the stage. And let's try and make most of the interaction both ways and not just here on the stage. But let's not just have discussions, but also take a resolution that some things you do take away from the summit that you will act on as you step away from here at the end of the day. So with this, on behalf of ICIMA, I thank you for all of you for showing your engagement to this very, very important cause of human capital of our industry. And I hope that this summit creates new insights that brings in more engagement from all of you, and through the ripple effect from each one of you, we get a much more bigger impact, but also bigger future summits as well. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I invite Mr. Shalabh Chaturvedi to deliver the vote of thanks?
Thank you, DK, for a very insightful keynote address. There were many aspects. The one that touched me the most was the psychological aspect of it. It's something which we feel, we experience, but we don't talk about it much. Sometimes it's like a taboo. But when our service engineers, our dealer service engineers are out in the field, what they experience is sometimes very, very challenging. Sometimes they also get kidnapped, by the way. It's commonly happening because increasingly with digitalization of our world, our psychology, our level of impatience is increasing. For us, same applies to our customers as well. If a machine is under breakdown, they want it fixed in hours, not days, not even overnight. 24 hours is too long a time. So that also affects in some way the attractiveness of those jobs. That why should I do this? Are there other alternatives, even if they pay a little less, but I get a better peace of mind? So how do we prepare them, prepare our customers for patience, and prepare our workforce, our extended arms workforce with better emotional stability, maturity to handle such stressful situations? Usually that doesn't happen in many organizations. They are just thrown in the water and learn how to swim by yourself on these aspects especially. What was also interesting is that the more educated you are, what Anand said, the less employable you become. It was mind-bending for me. The nature of the job, of course, changes, but that also speaks about the readiness of our education curriculum with the needs of the industry, the employability needs. And what we can do collectively in partnership with academia, which we have started in pieces, not enough, also because the awareness of our industry in academic circles is quite limited. So I think collectively, if we all work in that direction, I think we can also mold the curriculum in ways that it helps the industry to get more employable graduates. And that is something which can potentially bridge the gap that we talked about, the 6 million, the famous 6 million daunting gap that we have. Thank you, DK. Thank you, Anand, for a wonderful, wonderful session. And I move it over to our ICMA team, to Tarun, to take it to the next level. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We are deeply honored to have our guests with us today, mentor, convener, and Anand Roop Ghosh. Your presence and contributions have greatly enriched our event. As a token of our appreciation, we would like now to represent a small memento, token of appreciation in recognition of your valuable contributions to this event and the entire efforts of the SE industry on human capital.
A big gathering at the breakfast or the food area, and I know that clearly it is an important part, especially when it comes to the morning. But quickly getting into what we have for all of you today. This is the second edition of our human capital workforce trends report for the construction equipment industry. Now, firstly, it gives me immense pleasure to be standing here in front of all of you for the second time in a row talking about this report. A lot has been talked about it. For example, 300% growth. So it's 26 organizations that participated this year, as against 9 which were there in the last year. So almost a 300% growth in terms of participation over last year. While Shalabh talked about it, DK touched upon it, and Andy also mentioned it. What I want to first talk to you about is, as the CE industry, as the HR fraternity of the CE industry, what is it that we can do with this report, right? Primarily, this report was put together to provide data-backed insights for the day-to-day decisions that you make for your own HR systems. For example, if you have to look at increment trends report, you can use that for very clearly calling out why is it that you want to give a certain increment. If it is X percentages that you are wanting to propose basis what you can afford, what is it that others are doing? It gives the comfort to the management that, okay, what we are doing is perhaps either in line, or if it is more or less than what you're doing, there is a reason by which we are able to do that. If you have to look at compensation differentiation strategies, you can very clearly call out, so as an industry, as a traditional industry, it has been a very long time for which we have always followed a simple suite of one size fits all, which means we are going to have our pay where by and large it is going to be similar across levels. But in today's world of differentiation, in today's world of tech enablement, if you were to look at it, there is a need for differentiation that we are talking about. This report is going to give you those insights to be able to differentiate. There was a lot of discussion on DEI as a subject, right? DEI in India is primarily gender diversity. And let me lay it out for you. What is the business case for gender diversity in India? We have got over 140 crore people in the country. Yeah, everybody with me? Show of hands who believe that, yeah? Now, in those 140 crore people, we have got 100 crore people in the working age population. What does working age population mean? People in the age bracket of 18 to 60. So that's the working age population that we are talking about. You would have all heard the statement demographic dividend of India. 100 crore people in the working age population is the demographic dividend of India. Add the entire population of Europe and United States of America put together, it is less than 100 crore. right? Less than 1 billion that we are talking about. In this 100 crore, you have got roughly half men and you have got half women, right? So, you have got 50 crore women in the working age population in India, which can be requested to come and be a part of the workforce and help us thrive. So, that is the untapped and that is the real business case of diversity. This is where you can use the same report and say, if today we have got X percentage of diversity in our organization, what does it mean? Are we better? Are we worse off? And so on and so forth. This was about the report and why is it that we created it the way that we created it. My pointer is not working. Can someone take us to the next page, please? Super. So, essentially, when we talked about working on the human capital panel, putting it together, we said we are going to do three things. We are going to first acknowledge that there is a certain HR maturity in our construction equipment industry with respect to HR. Once we acknowledge where is that HR maturity, and by the way, it was not at the highest of the peaks that it ought to be, but it was at a certain level that we are talking about, then we are going to work towards transforming it. We want to improve the HR maturity of our CE industry. What does it do? It helps us meet that 6 million employment number, direct plus indirect, that we are talking about. It helps us become perhaps the top 2 markets or top 2 CE markets globally that we are talking about. Once we have been through this transformation phase that we are in right now, second year in a row, we are in the transformation phase. Will it have close in the next 1 year? The answer is no. It may take perhaps a few more years. The third stage would be consequence. Now, if you do not do the first two, anyway you are going to reach the stage when it comes to consequence management, and that consequence would perhaps be, you would have little or no control over it, because we have not neither acknowledged nor done anything to transform it. So, as a part of human capital panel, as the knowledge partners of human capital panel, our aim has been how do we improve this maturity by first acknowledging it and be transforming it. That 300% growth in terms of participation is testament to the fact that there is increased interest in taking data backed decisions in HR for our industry and not relying on adjacent industries for our references. For example, we are not going to look at automotive at large when we want to take people decisions. We are going to look at CE at large. To speak the language of business, all of these pages, this page specifically is something that our dear friends Shalabh and DK already talked about. But if you were to look at the last 3-year CAGR of our industry and the volumes that we are talking about, it is north of 14%. India's GDP has been growing at the rate of 6%, 7%. The numbers, it ranges between 5.5 to 7. So, in terms of our industry CAGR growth, we are at least 2x or 2.5x of the country average that we are talking about. In the last 1 year, it has not been very substantial. It has been a single digit 3% increase that we are talking about. But that is the main key takeaway that we have from this page. In the details of the report, when you get a chance to go through it, what we are going to look at therefore is decrease in projected increments. What are those decreases that we are talking about? It is at 9.4% in 2025, projected increments for 2025. A lot of you would have already undergone the increment cycles. Some of you may still be undergoing, but it is a 20 basis point decrease in projected increments for 2025 over 2024. How does this compare to the country? India is at 8.8%. India has decreased from 9% to 8.8%. We have decreased from 9.6% to 9.4%. If I was to break this and now give you a segment of what is it that our OEMs in construction equipment industry are doing, they are slightly better off, where the projected increments are at 9.8%, and last year also it was at 9.8%. So, that remains flat. In terms of our supplier ecosystem, that has dropped from 9.1% to 8.8% that we are looking at in terms of overall breakup that one is looking at. So, the first data point is it is a marginal decrease in the projected increments. Second, in terms of attrition, the way we are looking at it, it is last year it was 13%, this year it remains at 13%, whereas manufacturing has seen a dip at 10.6%, right. So, we are 1.3 times the increment, the attrition as compared to the manufacturing industry. A large majority of our people, our talent is the talent that moves around in the manufacturing industry. So, so long as we are higher in terms of attrition than the manufacturing industry, this leakage of talent will continue to happen. It would be very important for us to find out ways and means in which we are able to arrest this. The third point is decrease in promotions. So, if I was to look at the promotion numbers, we had a very good year in 2023 where it was 19%, in 2024 it was at 15%, and 2025 it is a 100 basis point drop at 14%, again flatter promotions. Now, the important point is how is it that we are able to provide careers to our people. For our HR folks here, let me qualify careers from an employee perspective. How does an employee see careers? Careers are an amalgamation of desire, capability and opportunity. Desire is where the employee raises his or her hand and says, here is the role that I want to undertake, which is perhaps better than the role that I have today. Capability is where he or she proves that they are worthy of that role, and opportunity is the imperative that the organization has to provide. I will repeat, desire plus capability plus opportunity is how an employee sees their career. Opportunity is the imperative of the organization to provide. Desire is the imperative of the employee to raise their hand, not tenure, not automatic tenure, very important. And capability is an arena that you create where this is shown, showcased. On the capability part, the name of the game in the last 2 years, 3 years in the manufacturing sector, automotive sector, and will now start coming into our CE industry, a few of you already do it, is role based organizations. Role based organizations where the hierarchical layers start to dissipate, the concept of tenure based promotions starts to dissipate. There are very clearly defined roles and people move across roles. There are capabilities that are linked to each role. I know Nilesh as an individual what are the capabilities that I possess. On the next role I should also know what are the capabilities that I need to have, and in that arena I showcase that I am worthy of this role. So, role based organization is point number 3 that, that we are looking at. Evolving tech landscape, the way L&D is being looked at, that is the fourth part that we cover in our report. What it essentially means is bite-sized learning, learning on the go, those are the kind of things that we have all been talking about a lot, but penetration of functional competencies in the white collar ecosystem is on the rise. These capabilities that I defined are not just behavioral in nature, are functional in nature, and custom content for functional capability development through technology enabled systems is the next order of business that we are talking about. DEI, I touched upon it. In the last 1 year, our DEI in terms of gender diversity percentages today are 91.9. This is a 1% movement in gender participation in our industry in the last 1 year. So, there is a 100 basis point improvement that we are looking at, still a large way to go. Like I said, we have got 50 crore female citizens in the employable age, and if our ratio today is, let us say, 90-10, then that ratio perhaps has a vast way to go purely from a demand and supply perspective. You have the supply available. Now, what therefore it means for us is, what do we want to do for our industry from a talent perspective? number one, how do we retain them? What are the kind of things that we can do to retain them? Now, the simplest that many a times comes across is pay, using pay as an anchor. That one perhaps attracts people, but more importantly, using differentiation as an anchor in addition to pay, which helps arrest talent leakage. The second part that we have all been talking about, and we will see a lot, we will hear a lot today, we heard it last year as well. How do we create the pull? How do we make construction equipment industry attractive for people to join? Right, I am going to talk about 2-3 things. Number one, employer brand. A very, very important imperative for all our HR folks sitting in this organization. How do we take control of how is our employer brand perceived in the market, and therefore using that brand to create the pull? Because see, all of us cannot be present in all the places where we want people to come and join us from, right? Academia we have talked about, in the mind share of other potential employees that we have talked about, but what can definitely be there is the brand that we want to represent, and brand has to be looked at in terms of 3 layers. What we all focus on is mera company ka brand, right? So, my company's brand should be here. I am saying, of course, that is the first layer and that is the most important layer, but if you were to perhaps create another concentric circle above it, is how is construction equipment industry's brand seen across in the mind share of the people that we are talking about. And it's, by the way, very pragmatic, and there are very simple steps to follow to create that compelling employer brand. The first and the most important part in doing so is preference. How are we going to look at the preference of people that want to join us? Do we ask people who want to join us, or the large majority of people, do you like this industry, right? And if you were to ask perhaps 100 people, I would want to believe that anywhere between 5 to 10 people at a very conservative number would say that yes, I see perhaps a career in this industry. We have to tap into those 5 to 10 first and use them as dominoes to create the pull that we are talking about. The next thing is, I touched upon role based organization, using role based organization to create career paths, very clearly established career paths. You can look at DK's story, you can look at Shalabh's story, you would see that these are the set of 2 gentlemen that who joined our industry and have risen to become heads of businesses, CEOs of organization, right? They have their career paths lined out very clearly. How is it that we can show to any new person who joins our organization or our industry, this is the career path that you have, which perhaps is a road that you could take, some others have taken this road, but here are the critical experiences and investment that the individual needs to do to be able to perhaps go through this career path. So, role based organization and career paths is the second thing that I am talking about. Third, there is a large pool of people who we would want to call as alternate careers, who have perhaps taken a break. And by the way, our life expectancy today in India is somewhere around 73.5. By the time next 2 decades pass, which I am assuming all of us will be there to witness it, this life expectancy is likely to go in the range of 85 to 90, and in some cases even 100, right. So, we are going to have 100-year lifespans, which therefore means that from 21, 22 when we get employed to 60, that constant career will cease to exist, because we are adding 30 more years to the career, which means you will start seeing breaks. Nilesh has decided that for the next 2 years he wants to take a break. What does he want to do? No clue, but he just wants to take a break, and it won't be a taboo. It won't be a taboo, and therefore focusing on this alternate return to work model. Today, this model can primarily apply again as a gender diversity initiative, where you have returning mothers who perhaps could be brought back, and it perhaps gives you twin advantage of increasing your gender diversity ratio, at the same time having a better talent pool that one is talking about. But these are some of the kind of things that I talked about. Most important in all of this is brand. How do you create a brand at 2 levels, your organization and at the construction equipment level, which has a pull that attracts us? Lastly, succession. How are our leaders creating more leaders? What is it that we are doing effectively? And there are very simple, when I say how, I also try and give answers to the how that at least I have in my mind and not leave it hanging there with a how. But as HR leaders of our respective organizations, the focus that we need to have is show of hands who do unconscious bias training in their respective organizations. Yeah. So, we have got, let us say, 20% of the room that is talking about. This is primarily to perhaps focused on DI. There is another training program that we need to create, and perhaps Vijay, you are the right person which we should anchor on, is how do we reduce the threat perception of our leaders to create more leaders. The reason why succession planning fails, and we do a study which is called as the talent readiness study, is because there is a very high degree of threat perception in our leaders to create more leaders, so that I perhaps do not get replaced and I have my longevity that we are talking about. So, net I wanted to close with this point that the reason why we create these pages for you, and there are hundreds of them that we have created for you, each of these pages has a very simple singular message on how can you as HR leaders use this as an external data point in your internal approvals, in your internal notes, in your own HR knowledge bank that we are talking about, completely customized, completely contextualized knowledge for the construction equipment industry. I hope to stand here once again in the next year, where perhaps we will be doing the third CE Summit, Seema, courtesy you and all of others. I hope to stand here again and talk about seeing this HR maturity move, so that that concept of acknowledge, transform and consequence, the consequences tilt in our favor. That was my time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so very much, and thank you so very much for having Deloitte as the knowledge partner, second time in a row for ICMA Human Capital Summit.
Now, I would like to invite Mr. Umesh Hota, who is the co-convener of ICMA Human Capital Panel and Executive Vice President HR of JC India Limited, to join us for our first panel discussion 1, Shaping the Workforce of Tomorrow, Expectations, Challenges and Strategies. May I invite our panelists, Mr. Shalabh Chaturvedi, to join us on stage. Mr. M. Vijay Kumar, who is the CEO of Infrastructure Equipment Skill Council. Please join us on stage, sir. Mr. Ashok Nambiar, Chief Human Resource Officer of Wordgun India Private Limited, sorry. Mr. Muralidhar Rao, Head HR of Tata Hitachi Construction Equipment Machinery Company Private Limited. Dr. Virendra Saroha, President HR and Legal, Action Construction Equipment Limited. Thank you, everyone. Now, I request Mr. Umesh Hota to start setting the context and moderate this session. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Seems to be quite low in terms of energy. Good morning. Much better. So let me start with assuring Nilesh that next year is not a probability. We will be here. This is the HR team which has shown a lot of energy in last year's session, and this year as well. I see the hall full as it was last year, and will definitely be here again in 2026. The inaugural session, we heard about construction equipment industry and the role possibly HR is playing, and some of it happens naturally as the economy grows. We grow, government invests, and we grow. But one thing that was very clear is that we are in a great industry. Our industry is at sweet spot, and we all are in a safe space. And I want to assure all the business leaders here that we have a great HR team, and the human capital is in safe hands. The challenges we heard about, and I'm sure all of us will take appropriate action at the right time to overcome those challenges. Now, this session that we have today is about future. It is important to know where we are, it is important to understand the present to be able to shape up the future. That's the significance of present, nothing else. Now let me share with you a couple of perspectives, and we'll discuss about it with the panel. We have a brilliant panel here today. The world is changing rapidly, and sometimes we are caught unaware and we realize, is it happening this way? Should it happen this way? When Mr. Trump said that I will give business to India and Pakistan, and that becomes a bait to stop war. You know, that is a statement which says that it is not diplomacy or your firepower which makes you get into a war or withdraw from a war, it is business. I don't know how much of significance or sense is there, but the most powerful leader of the world said that. And we realized, will India or Pakistan decide about getting into a war on the ground of business? But that's reality. It happened finally. There is a leader called, commonly known as Queen of Internet, and her name is Mary Meeker. She published a report just last week which says that ChatGPT, the users of ChatGPT, the highest number and percentage are in India. It's not only number, we are a large population, so number really doesn't matter much for us. And the percentage is 13.5%. 13.5% of users all over the world are in India. And the second country is the United States of America, where it is 8.9%. So what does it mean to us? It symbolizes the kind of openness our youth have or the employees have. The openness, the willingness to experiment with new things, the willingness to accept a new technology. That's the indication. Now this is the team, and this is the team which uses this piece of information for the use. Do we have our employees who are also tech savvy? Do they use ChatGPT, or ChatGPT is a symbol, could be any other technology? And then we take appropriate action when we see that they are not. There is a survey of BCG in 2025, I think sometime December 2024 this survey was released, and it said 14% of the employable population in India are in Gen Z. We look at the data of our own company and ask ourselves, do we have 14% employees who are Gen Z? And if it is not, then where is the problem? We can't run away from the problem from the issue that Gen Z is a reality. The way they think, the way they behave, the way they work is a reality. Is it because we don't know how to handle Gen Z and that's why we do not have that representation? Or is it because my industry is not attractive and that's the reason I don't have sufficient number of Gen Z in the system? But in either of the cases, there is an action that needs to be taken. With this, there are a couple of dilemmas as well. I think DK spoke about it, companies rolling back on DEI, mostly in the US. The question is equity the right thing to do? It's not about rolling back the policy. Is equity the right thing to do, or is equality the right thing to do? And the shift seems to be going in favor of equality rather than equity. Today it has happened in the US. I don't think we'll be immune to this development or this thinking in future. There was another survey which says, and this is a Deloitte survey of 2025, which says that Gen Z is more in favor of work-life balance, right? That's a reality. And the dilemma is that two of our great industry leaders in India have spoken about 70 hours of work in a week and working during the weekend, right? So there is a dilemma, the thinking of the business leader versus the thinking of the working population, right? How do we train the minds of our leaders? This is a task with HR. How do we change the mindset saying what is the right thing to do and what is the long-term implication of the way we think about it? as I said, this session is about future. How do we shape the future? And most of the questions that we will pose to the panelists will be on future and not about the present. And I'll request all of you to note down your points at the end when we have Q&A session. Please help me in grilling all of them.
So out of all the people, Vijay was very happy that I lost my bag because all the difficult questions were lost somewhere. So my first question goes to Vijay. And we heard in the first conversation that we are not able to attract the right kind of people. And there is also a point that, large number of our engineers specifically are not employable. This voice we hear from many forums. But then that's a data and an information. But then what do we do about it? What are the steps that C industry should take so that we make them capable, we make them skilled, and we make them employable and make them grow? So this is a question, Vijay, to you.
So, so this is a fairly well-known problem that our industry is becoming less and less attractive to the younger generation. And we're just having a cup of tea together, Mandira and a few of us, and we're talking about the problem with the generation that we have, and the new generation, the newest generation, which is Generation Alpha, from where we will possibly be recruiting in the years to come. Now, what are their aspirations? I mean, we've already seen, we've spoken at length about the millennials, and we've spoken about also Gen Z. There's a gradual shift away from what is normally perceived as a very hands-on, dirty kind of business here out in the construction sites, the shop floor, and those sorts of things. And people are generally not going to accept those kinds of workplace situations very easily, because when he spoke about. Nilesh spoke about two extraordinary gentlemen in this group, Dimitrov and Shalabh, who've grown in the industry. Both of them probably Gen X. They have stayed in this industry long enough for them to establish their credentials and grow up the ladder. But if you look at the next lot of people who've been hired from engineering colleges and other institutions, you see a lot more turnover that has happened, right? And that is increasing. I thought I saw a figure of about 14%, but if it is analyzed generationally, you would probably see a much higher number that is happening now. And when Nilesh said that, it's no longer taboo to say, I need a 2-year break. Now, if you work for 20 years and say to yourself, I need a 2-year break and don't ask me what I'm going to be doing, I could be meditating in the Himalayas, nobody's going to ask you any questions. But what I increasingly see is a guy who's worked for 2 years in the current generation says, I've had enough, I need a break, right? So that's where the problem is. So yes, coming back to what Umesh asked, what do we need to specifically do about attracting talent to our industry? Maybe one of the first things that we need to do is connecting with academia, which is what we're trying to do, both ICMA and IESC together. So there is, first of all, an awareness of our industry, and also take away some of the wrong impressions about our industry, the working conditions, etc., that they are going to, in fact, be engaging in high levels of technology. We are talking about introducing a semester course in the educational institutions, especially in and around the industry clusters, like, for example, the Pune Industrial Cluster, Chennai, Bangalore Industrial Cluster, Indore, Pithampur, that cluster, where we can identify colleges, work with them, create the awareness, create the pool, get them to our shop floor, work with our people, so that we have a pool of people who are aware of the reality in our industry. So I'll stop there in the interest of time, Umesh, and I hope I've addressed your question.
Yes, you have, but I have a follow-up question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Since you are leading this skill initiative for ICMA, we see a challenge. For example, welding seems to be the most important skill on the shop floor. you hire a ITI welder and you see that he hardly knows how to weld. So are we doing anything or any initiative we are taking so that we get the rightly skilled people? They've spent a year in an ITI institute, for example, and we should get a product, a person who should be skilled enough to weld to the level that we need.
So this question pertains to the aspect of reskilling or upskilling, and I just want to deviate a little bit for 2 minutes and talk about something that happened in 2018. If you recall, a Boeing 737, the 737 MAX crashed. 300 plus people died in Indonesia. 2019, the same thing happened in Ethiopia. 737 MAX crashed. And what was the reason? Anybody remembers? So what Boeing had done was it installed a piece of software, okay, a sensor, in the words of Shalabh, because he spoke about more sensors in our equipment than a Porsche. So that immediately connected me to that story. So that sensor, which is called the MCAS, basically was to correct if a flight was taking off at a too steep an angle, it would gently correct. What was the problem with that? Boeing had not communicated that effectively enough to the pilots and to the airlines. So the pilots, forget about not being trained on it, they were not even aware of it, right? Within Boeing, there were communication lacunae because there was a mad race to overtake Airbus. And finally, the administrator, FAA, did not even know about it because there was a system of self-certifying themselves. So what you have is technology that is brought into a product, but not enough communication about it, not enough training about it. So going to your example on welding, it's not just welding. Every aspect of our machines, there's been a great generational change in the equipment as well as the people we're talking about. But is our training keeping abreast of that? We don't have in our industry a system of mandating certification, right? So you have a operator who becomes an operator by virtue of being a helper. But what we can do is create a mandate for upskilling people. We don't need to depend on the government because you have invested more and more in your equipment. You put hundreds of sensors in there, technology in there, but is the customer getting enough out of it? So that's where I would sum it up, Umesh.
Thank you.
Yeah, is that okay?
Yeah, makes sense. Thank you very much. My next question is to Shalabh. You spoke about technology and the improvement or new technology coming into the industry. So we generally call 4.0 manufacturing or industry 4.0. So my question is, how do you foresee HR 4.0 to be different from the earlier version?
Okay, so taking a cue from the evolution that happened in manufacturing, in industry in general, HR 4.0 in my view is technology plus human plus agility. That's what really would comprise the three basic essential elements of HR 4.0. And this is where I think while we get more automation, more processes, the risk is that we might become too transactional or too so much process oriented that we start missing the human behind it. And that is where I think empathetic leadership would become a cornerstone of HR 4.0, where, for example, the leaders have their one-on-ones down the value chain. DK mentioned about having dinner with an apprentice trainee now and then a few months back and saw the transformation happening. For that young boy, just having an audience with a leader would have been a dream come true at that stage. In CNH2, we have a lot of these forums which we create where people can anonymously or other way talk up the channel, get their emotions out, and then we pick up on those signals and start working on them. So where we are combining technology with the human aspect of it and giving it a patient hearing and taking some meaningful actions and then communicating it back in a way that it doesn't get missed like the sensor on the Boeing. That I would say is the HR 4.0 and how it can change for our industry.
Thank you. I think empathy remains the key. It has been always in the forefront for HR professionals, and in 4.0 or we may go to 5.0, empathy does not get substituted. Very well said. Thank you very much. My question to Dr. Virender Saroha is that we talk about HR leaders being business partner. So what the leaders many times they expect from HR is that they should understand the business and work around the business so that the business objective gets delivered. Contradictory to that, we also have a role called employee advocacy. Sometimes you will find a conflict between employee advocacy and being a good HR business partner. Is it a reality? If yes, then how do we drive it? How do we come out of this conflicting situation?
Yeah, thank you, Miss. It's a really interesting question. Many times, this particular role get neglected by HR team. What I personally experienced, like HR strategic business partner role, that takes the main seat. And most of the time, HR priority becomes aligning with the business strategy. Just keep on thinking, keep on aligning their subsystem with the business priorities. And this particular role sometimes take back seat. But to my understanding, it is one of the most important role of HR leadership, HR department, to be the spokesperson of their genuine issues and concern. Unless, like, see, if you will not provide them a particular platform to express their opinion, to raise their issues, where they will go? That means we are asking them to go to some external leadership. If we have to be internal leader for our workforce, then we must provide an opportunity to our people to express their opinion, to express their genuine concern. In our company, we have addressed this issue very beautifully. We have announced an initiative by the name of Management Access. The process has been announced, where any employee, including a contractual workman, he can access plant head office, he can access my office, and he can go and meet even our executive director or chairman also. But the only thing is he has to follow the hierarchy. First, the levels have been defined. He needs to go over there, and if he still feels his raised issue is very genuine, then he can go to the next level. And like when it goes to chairman level, then he will go to his chairman's PA, and chairman will definitely spare time to listen to his grievance or to listen to his issue. Because of this particular initiative itself, many people in our company have started listening to the people, have started addressing their genuine concern. Once we are talking of Gen G, and all of you might be knowing about the key characteristics of Gen Z. Most of the Gen Z, like, they want to be heard. They want to express their opinion. They want their work to be recognized. And they also prefer, like, if there is any feedback, let it be a constructive feedback. So handling them is slightly delicate. And it is also a fact, Umesh has very rightly said, the average population in the industry is around 14%. And after getting this particular message from Umesh, I checked my data yesterday evening. It was, I was so happy to know it. It is 19% in our company. So unless we understand, like, what are the aspirations of people, and that aspiration can be understood, like, once we listen to them, once we hear them, and whatever are the genuine issues and concerns that are being raised and discussed with the management. Some of the genuine issues, like what I have personally experienced is issues relating to their wellness, issues relating to their safety, issues relating to their working conditions. If the working condition in a particular section, particular plant is not good, then how somebody can work? And we put our foot down as an HR leader. And somewhere, like, we have gone to the extent of, like, telling manufacturing team, listen, improve these conditions. Nobody can work in these conditions. Another very important consideration in our company is, one of our core values is human dignity. We don't allow any officer of any rank to abuse anyone, to shout on anyone, intend to ill-treat or disrespect anyone. They can have performance, they can demand performance, they can express their expectation. And if somebody is not performing, they can be assertive in terms of demanding that. If somebody is really not performing, then we can take decision also, but not human dignity can be disrespected. That we have demonstrated time and again. And there had been cases where we had gone to the extent of taking even some serious action against our top management team member, where such gross violation has been observed. So by doing this, like we had been beautifully ensuring, and our people has got a big confidence. And I'm happy to share that I'm with this company for past 15 years. Nobody has ever thought of forming a union. We are operating a workforce of 5,000 employees without union.
Very good.
Our grievance redressal system is so wonderful. They can raise an issue. Regarding technology also, like we are trying to make use of technology also so that their issues can come forward. We have raised a particular email ID where anybody can write their suggestions. Anybody can raise their grievance also. That will come to us. And if those issues are not addressed with the concerned team member, then we get into the picture so that all those issues are sorted out. So this is a very important role. Trust me, I have personally experienced in my total career of around 30 years, wherever, whenever this particular role has been neglected, there had been serious repercussions. That too in very, very top-notch companies. You might be knowing the name of companies like Honda Scooter. They are a wonderful company. The facilities and everything which they are providing, nobody can afford to provide. But at one point of time, like over a period of 3-4 years, people realized nobody is listening to them. Nobody is addressing their genuine grievances also. There was failure on part of HR team member. Once this neglection was there, that resulted into formation of union and a lot of IR crisis. So to my understanding, after HR strategic business partner role, this is one of the most important role of HR lead.
Thank you. I think it's an enviable proposition that anyone in the company, including a contract manpower, can reach out up to the CEO level. As the organization grows, possibly this is not very doable. But one very interesting thing, what Dr. Sarwa mentioned, is that the moment you have that, then people, all the managers in the shop floor also realize and they understand that if I don't listen to this person, there is someone sitting at the top who will be able to listen to him. And then I think the cultural change happens.
One precaution that we have taken in, while implementing it was like there should not be unnecessary raising of illogical issues. So like whenever the issues are there, some genuine issues neglected, then we take it very seriously. When some observations are there, some suggestions are there, we have tried to make it clear to everybody that like if those kind of serious issues are there, they can raise it to our level. For suggestions and everything, for improvement in their day-to-day working, they can definitely interact with their respective individual bosses.
Yeah.
It has been made that way. And one more fundamental which we have implemented in our working is firmness and fairness. We believe in very, very fair and transparent dealing at all levels. There is no hidden agenda. Even each and every contractual worker salary is transferred in his bank account. If some worker is not present, if somebody has left, then the details will be given, that will be monitored on regular basis, and it will be ensured that each and every contractual worker F&F is also done by the contractor. So no unfair treatment by anybody in the system. That we had been ensuring. Parallelly, we had also been ensuring we are very firm also. If some indiscipline is there, if some disobedience is there, then we take it very seriously. That is also not tolerated at all. So people are clear, if there is a genuine concern, it will be addressed. Management is standing there. But if somebody will disobeying, somebody will play with the interest of the company, somebody will not perform their job, then management will take that also very seriously. That is a loud and clear message.
Thank you. I think firm and fair is a very well-known golden principle of HR, and that's a good point that you are following in the company. One follow-up question, you mentioned that 90% of your employees are in Gen Z, right? Specifically limiting yourself to the staff level. I'm not talking about the shop floor blue-collar workmen.
Yeah.
how do you retain them? The attrition at that age seems to be on the higher side. So very quickly, if you tell us two bullet points.
Yeah, that is one problem we also faced. When we were inducting like young graduates, specifically GTs and DTs, they were the guys from Gen Z, and they had those kind of aspirations also. They believe they are highly tech savvy, okay, and they believe in that kind of working. They expect flexi working hour also. They expect due
If you
recognition
can tell
of
us
their
about
performance.
quickly on the action part, what actions
Actually,
are you
regarding their retention part, then what we have done is we have implemented a fast track career progression scheme for them. Those guys who are really doing very good, we have made a separate career path for them, and that particular career path has been shown to them. It has not been announced to everybody, but it has been announced to the fast, high-performing employees in this particular category. And that track is entirely different. They can get very fast growth in terms of their position, in terms of their compensation. In those cases, we don't go by the traditional guidelines of yearly performance review. We compare them with the industry trend, and we go to the extent of correcting their salary. Also, we offer very good responsible position to them. You might be amazed to know some of the graduate engineering trainee after 2-3 years experience, they have become section head. They have started taking their particular section. One of my GET, who joined in my company 4-5 years back, he is one of our plant head now. We gave him a small plant. He's doing it very good. Our another 2-3 plants, they also joined us GET with us. Now they are our plant heads.
Great.
That way we are doing it. We are training them, and we are really giving growth to them. And those examples are there. If they will come, if they will deliver, then they will be separately taken care. And at the time of yearly appraisal, with this particular group, when we appraise them, we separately meet them also. We highlight their performances. We have separate get-togethers also with them. Separate parties celebrating their performance.
Good. Thank you very much. I think that was quite insightful. My next question is to Mr. Muralidhar. There is a saying, and all of us must have heard it at some point of time. If you cannot measure it, you can't improve it. So the drive is towards measurement. And more as we speak about data-driven decision making, we tend to quantify things. But if you look at a human being, the human being essentially is a subjective element, right? Social, subjective. Measurement with precision becomes a difficult thing. Whether we should do it or should we not do it, I go through this dilemma many a times. So my question to you is that do you think that too much of measurement of human dimension stifles creativity? It does not allow innovation to flourish. It does not allow the individual to realize the potential. What will be your response to that?
Well, I'll put it this way. Being a student of mathematics, and also physics, there was this debate, that just because, you cannot define God, there is no God. See, when it comes to business, it's a fine balance between measurement and certain things, which probably should not be measured because it stifles a lot of innovation, it stifles a lot of creativity. And as organizations, it is important that, we have a fine balance between measurement and certain things that should not be measured at certain layers of the organization. Let me elaborate what I mean by that at various layers. When it comes, let's take the example of the armed forces. There has to be a measure, there has to be certain expectations that from the battalion or from the infantry that, this is what as a regiment, mornings you get up, this is what is expected each day, and certain deliverables have to be done. So from the masses, from the bottom, at the bottom of the organizational pyramid, I would say the workmen, the junior members of the organization, we should have measurables, things related to performance and things related to activities. There need to be measurables because not everybody, should keep on thinking. Yes, it should be a thinking organization, but at the end of the day, there needs to be deliverables and output in terms of time, quantity, it has to be there. But when it comes to the senior management, we should not stifle them with measurables. The larger measurables should be there. I mean, in terms of the balance sheet and the P&L, those measurables should be there. But the senior management should not be assessed merely on performance, on measurables, but more on competencies. Are they capable of taking the company to the next level? Do they have, competencies to handle to create an ecosystem, to tackle, the larger ecosystem of workmen, union, governments? Are they able to take the industry to the next level, not merely the company? Because it is only when the country grows, the industry grows, then only can we grow. So at those levels, let's say measurement, Peter Drucker's statement, probably I tend to disagree. But then when it comes to the lower levels, yes, measurement should be there. Otherwise, there is no accountability at all. Then it suddenly becomes, everybody's responsibility becomes nobody's responsibility. So I will just pause here, saying that there needs to be a fine balance, between these two at various organizational levels.
So if you take this conversation forward and you say that at a leadership level, it is less prone to measurement, and the decision should be based on stuffs beyond data. That's what you're saying?
Yes. Of course, at the P&L level, that accountability still holds, but more of competence than daily numbers.
So if you take a decision, or in your company, I will like to understand what practices you follow. So when you are taking a promotion decision, for example, of a senior manager, then how will you decide? What are the criteria, or what are the measurement and the subjective elements would you consider, and how would you balance? If you can give us some example, that will be more helpful.
So one typical example is, I will not consider the workmen at this juncture. Workmen, we evaluate them purely on skill, and to some extent, another expectations are, discipline and attitude. So I'll keep that aside. But when it comes to the, the officers, there's a clear demarcation that when the bottom, it's like, two Paretos, placed one over the other. So for the junior level people, it is performance on a higher scale, and it is 70%, and competence is 30%. Whereas as we go up the ladder, it is exactly the opposite. For the senior leaders, it is 20% performance and 80% competence. And promotions, variable pay, annual increments are all decided exactly on this. We have a 9x9, a 3x3 grid, a 9-bar potential versus performance matrix, and we place our bet on certain matrices, essentially on the key boxes. And this is where we clearly demarcate that, look, at the top level, you're supposed to demonstrate competence. And we also say, competence is not just having competence. Competence is demonstrating competence. I always give the example. It's not enough to say that you know how to sing. You should have the ability to sing in a forum and prove that you are capable of doing it. Not just merely saying I know how to sing. I have this competence. That. So we very clearly demarcate this in Tata Hitachi.
Thank you. To Ashok, my question is, we have discussed it enough that technology is seeping into our life, AI, ML, all kinds of things we hear. And there are also news that with AI coming into organizations, which is inevitable, there are also implications in terms of job loss. And there are a lot of news in the media today where thousands of people are losing job, primarily because of successful infusion of AI into the organization. And this news or this information in India is yet to become a big reality. But this also sends a sensation or a negativity or insecurity among the employees. So what is your view on how is it going to impact C industry in future? And what kind of actions we should take as leaders of this industry?
Well, you saved the most difficult question to the end, but I should be wary of your follow-up question also. So, currently, AI as such hasn't really impacted us in a manner that our employees start feeling jittery that what's going to happen. That's the current scenario that is there, right? And as far as AI interventions are concerned, it is limited to a chat GPT or something thereabout currently, which we encourage our employees to use because we've got a separate platform where, since we're part of the John Deere group, we have a separate platform where they can use AI to help them in their daily tasks. But going forward as HR, this is something that we should be extremely careful about. AI is going to impact us not only in terms of various functions becoming negligible in the organization, but also from a business front where there is going to be a huge impact of AI in the very work that we do, the very way our customers are going to pave roads, for example. So, yeah, this is my 2 cents on AI. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My, yeah,
Can I add something to it on AI?
yeah, very quickly, please.
Let me share our company example. When we also started knowing, understanding about AI and AI, Chat GPT and other tools, then we also thought of educating our people on AI and use of different tools. We organized training for hundreds and hundreds, more than 400 employees on use of AI tools and Chat GPT. We hired one of the best faculty of AI. And after imparting this particular training of 2-3 days for our all employees at middle management level, we were so amazed to see the use of AI has started in our day-to-day working. Many of our middle level officers who might not be having that good communication, written communication, when we started observing their communication, mails and everything, there was a drastic improvement. And AI, people generally take it AI that way, ChatGPT. ChatGPT is one of the platform. And now our team member, our juniors, our middle management employee, they have started using a lot of tools, whether it's ChatGPT, whether it's Gemini, whether it's Bing. For different purposes, there are different tools, different applications, and everybody has started using that way. Sales team, they are exploring the tool corresponding to their function requirement.
I think my question was slightly different.
Yeah.
My question was about apprehension. So we'll get to that in a while.
Apprehension, definitely, there should be ethical use of it. That is the main concern. That was also made as part of content imparted during the training. That part we had covered. But its utility we are seeing in our organization.
Thank you. I think when we speak about AI, we need to think beyond ChatGPT. It is too fundamental. It's a search engine, right? It's replacing Google, more effective than Google. I think we need to broaden our mind and think about AI, ML in a much broader concept, but looks like we are not there, we are not ready at this stage. Maybe in 2026, we'll speak about it more. Ashok, if I can ask you one more question, and this question I will request all of you, specifically Salabh, being the only CEO present on the dais, to respond to, that what are the skill sets that we as HR people are expected to hone and develop to face the challenge of future, or the futuristic HR skill set? What would those be?
See, HR skill sets per se have evolved over a period of time and will keep evolving. One thing that I personally very firmly believe in is that HR needs to know the business more than what the business guys do, right? And you need to continuously bring in HR interventions to prove to the business that there is actually a contribution that we are making. And I'll give you an example. So we started something as this was an HR initiative. We started a skill mapping of all our field employees. Now, for the audience, Vidgen is different from other organizations in the sense we do not have a dealer or a sales network. We do our own sales and service. And once we have mapped all the employees at particular levels of skills, the next stage that we have done now is that we have integrated that to CRM. So when a particular customer places a call that there is a problem in his machine, the system automatically picks up the best possible person to handle that issue, and we have got a 90% strike rate of success over there. So that is an intervention that HR did, which has brought about a big change to the business. Yep.
Thank you. Saurabh, over to you. If you can reflect on more specifically to be a trusted business partner leading HR function, what would a CEO would like to see in him in future? Not today.
Why not today? Today as well. But increasingly, I feel that HR is becoming a CEO or a MD partner. And very closely integrated into the way we are dealing with day-to-day challenges at workplace. At a few years back, it used to be finance. Finance is still there, is not going anywhere. But HR is also on the table now. And it is happening because, one, there is this intergenerational diversity that is coming in the organization, which we touched upon in some of your previous questions. There is also, I mean, with varying expectations of a Gen Z or a Gen Alpha or let's say the early bloomers who are close to retirement now. So that, managing that. The second is how does technology intervene into it? And this is one question that you asked, that how could HR be a HR business partner, at the same time be a patient listener for employee advocacy. So the way I am imagining the role of HR today and also going in future is one, have the grit and resilience to say no to management that this is not done. Wow. Right? The second
That's
is,
quite something, by the way.
Yes. And the second is that once you have a certain mandate to deliver, you also need to communicate it effectively to the employees at large, that what is the story. Sometimes I have seen, or oftentimes I have seen, that employees get lost in the woods. That what is the purpose? What are we really doing here? It's true for this conference also, by the way. We all are present here. We are spending one valuable day here. What do we really want to achieve out of it? So the purpose sometimes gets lost in too much details. Yeah. And therefore, I feel that this is the gap which HR can bridge. One being having the grit and resilience in front of the management against whatever targets are there. At the same time, communicating the story, communicating the purpose to the people so that they rally behind the cause. Which will also mean coming out of the siloed mindset. A person, for example, in R&D can tomorrow do marketing. Yeah. They don't think like that because they never got an opportunity to think like that. How do you create those paths within the organization that they feel that navigation is easy? And that can only happen if you have the purpose above, the story to tell, and then all the functions are then an enabler of a large organism rather than feeling that they are independent by themselves.
I think great response. In the interest of time, we'll have to open it for Q&A. Yeah, just give me a second. Just responding to one point that you mentioned, Saurabh, that HR is also there. So, taking it very positively, by the way, but how much of time do you spend on HR? That's not very important, but is HR taking more of your time space during the day if you look at your journey in the last 3, 4, 5 years?
Increasingly, yes, I would say like this. And now I would say it's equally split between the commercial, industrial, finance and HR. Finance is always there holding the control. Yeah. but HR is now a very strong enabler. If I think of a normal day, there are at least an hour and a half, 2 hours with HR.
Great. And are the issues also changing? Like 3 years back, I used to spend time on these HR issues, and now my list includes something else.
The issues are changing. Issues used to be more functional. Now we have started talking more about on an organizational way.
Great. Thank you very much. Now, anyone who would like to ask a question? Yes, please. If somebody can give a mic to him.
Sir, my question is to Mr. Muridharan Rao. I have gone through her profile and seen that he is basically mechanical engineer, now head of human resources. Mr. Hota, you have told in the beginning that audience must help you to grill the eminent personalities, but there is no question of grilling the panelists, because this conference is basically knowledge sharing. That is why I asked the questions Mr. Rao only. We all are aware that so far as this government sector is concerned, they generally create the policy environment, academia, they impart the foundation skills and conduct research, and industry that provide the practical exposure and drives innovation. Thus, there is need of collaborative
Can you please come to the question?
I'm going to question only.
Yeah,
I'm coming
please.
to question. Now, there is a need of collaborative ecosystem that brings this sector together. My question is, what collaborative models between government, academia, and industry are essential to build a future-ready workforce?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question. In fact, this is something which has been bothering me since about 2-3 years now, and when I have visited quite about more than about 50 colleges, I realized that the word industry academia collaboration cannot be left to anybody, but we have to take it up by ourselves. And the bridge that needs to be done is actually a bridge program, because colleges today have a curriculum. We can't blame them. Neither have we tried anything to influence them. Now, if our industry has to get its due merit, I strongly feel that it is up to individual organizations to start building bridge programs. I have, in fact, even earlier considered that who will take the lead? Will the government take the lead? Will ICMA take the lead? Or who has to take the lead? And taking cues from companies like Maruti or Toyota, who have actually built a fantastic curriculum, fantastic bridge programs for the automobile industry, I feel that individual companies, depending on whatever needs they have, directly and also indirectly. When I say indirectly, we also have corporate social responsibility. I think as a joint thing, it is our responsibility as a Tata Hitachi, if you were to ask me, to build bridge programs, whether it is from, I see, that, ITI to diploma. Many times, we feel, why should, we go for diplomas when ITS can be hired? Many times I feel, why should engineers be hired, when diploma can be hired? And same things I feel, why should MBAs be hired, when, engineers can be hired? And, this is, where probably bridge programs can come in. And it is individual organizations, who have to take that lead. Probably, once we take lead, maybe, we'll share something, we will take cues from the other company and, probably grow this industry. I hope it.
Thank you. I think I tend to agree with you that we all have to take individual responsibility and initiatives. Any one more question we can take? Yeah.
Thank you very much for very valuable insights from all of you. I just wanted to hear something about whatever you are doing in your organizations from perspective of coaching and mentoring by, say, senior and middle management executives in your companies for the level down, their levels. And also, are you also adopting techniques like gap assessment at different levels to really understand the expectation level of different level employees? Thank you. Anyone can answer.
So, hi, Ashok here. So let me try to answer what we have done in Vidgin. So coaching was something which was on and off and was not really a culture in Vidgin. But what we have done over the past 3 years odd is, one, we have had the entire top leadership, which is me and my peers and my boss, who's our MD, undergo coaching. That's number one. And then we have, at this very batch, we have made them into certified coaches as well. So that way, that culture is now going down, and we have, at this point of time, I think we have about 14 or 15 of our employees who are undergoing coaching at this particular point of time. We are also encouraging mentoring, not within the industry or not within Vidgin, but we are actually catching hold of people who are outside our industry in a different company altogether, and requesting them, whether senior people who can, if they can mentor that. And it's working pretty well for some of our mid-junior to mid-senior to senior employees. So as a culture, we have brought this in, and there's an enormous amount of money also that we are pumping in to ensure that the coaching culture and the mentoring culture is prevalent.
Thank you very much. And I thank all my brilliant panelists for giving fabulous ideas, and I'm sure all of us learned from it. And we will take a few learnings and then implement in our organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. As a token of our appreciation, I would like to request Mr. Umesh Hota to present a small memento from our side to all the speakers. Thank you so much. And now we move to our next session, which is really interesting one. We have a fireside chat session with Mr. Prem Singh, who is the Honorary National President of National HRD Network and President Group HR JK Organization. To moderate this session, I would like to invite Mr. Dimitrov Krishnan, Chairman, Infrastructure Equipment and Skill Council, and immediate past President of ICMA.
Check, check. So we have a time constraint. So, but let me first ask you the first question. What is the closing time? So I will make sure that I will close with that.
So the closing time is really 1:15, but 1:20 tak we can go.
Okay.
After that, it's really hard.
So I wanted to negotiate that first. So welcome for this short fireside chat, and we'll try to keep it a little bit interesting. In the request of Mr. Prem, we will also be walking around a bit in the audience soon. First and foremost, I want to just a quick reflection on the previous panel discussion on the role of people and culture. I stopped calling HR as HR. In Volvo, we have renamed it as people and culture. And the role of people and culture in our organizations is growing. That has been very well amply explained by the previous panel. But I just have one thing which I have been telling, which I have realized as a CEO about 6-7 years ago. We have, as CEO, we have two arms. The left hand and the right hand. The left hand is the finance hand, the CFO. It's a mirror to see what is going on in the organization. And the right hand is the people and culture, which is the way you act to get things done in the organization to achieve goals of the organization. So to me, I think 50% of a CEO's job is in people and culture space, maybe a bit more than 50%, and the rest is mostly through the organization, working with different teams that are actually delivering on the business objectives and all that. So I think truly a CEO role has moved more and more towards how we can create purpose for organizations, how we can motivate organizations to get it, and how can we involve our teams to actually deliver on those purposes. So I have the pleasure of welcoming Mr. Prem Singh with a fantastic experience, which was explained by Tarun already. I will not go into that. But let me start by the big picture question to you, Mr. Prem. And we have in this, in the first half today, we've discussed the needs of new workforce, the evolution of what kind of capabilities we want in the industry and all of that. In your perspective today, what are the top 2 human capital priorities for our industry, say the automotive, construction equipment, broad sector that we have? What are the top 2 in your mind which should be bothering us?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. What a thanda response. I think we need to be with the people. Good afternoon. That sounds like there is life in the room. So friends, I think DK, let's be with the people. Otherwise, we don't want a situation कि हम बात कर रहे हैं and everybody else is on the smartphone. That's a risk. By the way, thank you very much for inviting me. Good to see a lot of good friends here, very well known faces, speakers, etc. One thing I want to highlight before, and DK, allow me just 2 minutes. And this is important because many of us might or might not be aware of this particular piece of research, which has happened over a period of time. And particularly in HR, I strongly believe we must know about it and we must be aware of what's really happening. Slightly expanding the context. You see, starting 1975 and until 2020, there is one research which has been conducted and repeated every 10 years. The research was conducted on Standard & Poor 500 companies, top 500 in Standard & Poor category, asking between the two things, that is tangible assets and intangible assets, which one makes more impact on the value of the organization. Between tangible and intangible assets, which one makes more impact on the value of the organization with respect to the market cap, right? So in 1975, when this study was conducted for the first time, and it's very well documented, the tangible assets made an impact to the extent of 83%. And 17 was ascribed to soft or non-tangible or intangible stuff, right? And by the way, we know that intangibles are nothing but your culture, talent, reputation, etc. 10 years later, this study was repeated again. So this 83 started coming down, something like 62, 63%. I don't exactly remember. Fast forward, every 10 years, this study got repeated. The last one was in 2020. Any guess what would have been the percentages? Like 80-20, right? Sir, hold your breath. It's not my opinion. It's well-documented research. 90% has been ascribed to the intangibles and 10% has been ascribed to tangibles. Now the question is, how is it possible? How the hell so much of change? Then there was a very classical study, I'm sure many of us would be aware, as to what is it that creates a competitive advantage for any organization which any other company will find it difficult to copy. People, culture, talent, reputation, brand. Everything else can be copied, everything can be bought, and what cannot be bought or copied easily is your intangibles, the soft stuff, your culture, your talent, your skills, your reputation, your brand. And that is what is impacting the wealth of the organizations. So many a times, बहुत बार एक सवाल उठता है, and actually a lot of business managers also ask, अरे ये HR वाले करते क्या हैं? You know, सारा काम तो हम करते हैं, प्रोडक्शन वाले हम बनाते हैं, सेल्स वाले बेचते हैं, R&D वाले प्रोडक्ट डेवलप करते हैं. What is the role of HR? So my dear friends, what HR does or what HR can do is to influence that 90% of the wealth, provided we do it right and we make right things happen. That is the scope of HR. I mean, that's a landscape of HR value add which HR function can drive. So, हाँ ताली बजा सकते हो. It's always nice. It's good to see that the people are engaged.
I will remind you of the question, the top 2 priorities in that regard then.
Of course, I will come to that. Now, it's important, therefore, having understood this landscape of 90% of the scope, which are the top 2 or 3 priorities, Sir, there is no straightforward answer. I think it really depends on the context, at what stage of the evolution of the industry you are, whether you are a startup or you are a well-established organization, or you are in a declining phase and therefore renewal. But broadly, I will say 2-3 things. Number one, identify 1 or 2 or 3 competitive levers that you have, which you must strengthen. And what is the role that HR can play? Number one. Number two, which are 1 or 2 risks or disruptions that you foresee in your industry or in your organization that must be guarded against? And what is the role HR can play in that? Number 3, and this is important and many organizations actually miss this. What is the next 5 to 7 years looking like? Which products, which technologies, what should we be doing so that we are not caught off guard later on? And as I said, this really depends on organizations, the industry, and what stage of the industry you are at. So that's my immediate answer to that question.
One statement that came to my mind as you were talking about the 90-10 was, and it's a cliched statement, probably most of us have heard, culture eats strategy for breakfast.
Sure.
Right? And it's more true today than ever before, and hence, the role of the people in this room, many of whom are from the people and culture or parts of our organization, is really crucial. One of the topics we touched during the day was also the evolving tech landscape with AI and all of that, and then the young workforce that needs to come into our industry. And I was recently, we had on the Women's Day, International Women's Day on 8th of March in Volvo, we actually invited some young girls from the nearby schools, about 2 or 3 schools, and they were mostly in the 11th, 12th standard, and we had an interaction to them to showcase what our industry has and what kind of technologies we work with, and just to influence their minds around where they would like to say. One interesting thing for me when I asked them, okay, what is your future plans? 90% of them said software development, software industry. This was the answer I got, and I was a bit surprised actually. And I said, as to do you know about our industry? And we showcased our technologies, and at the end of that session, many of them said, we can see that there is a scope for us to be part of this industry as well. So one question hence that comes for us in the particularly construction equipment or even automotive sector is, or I should say broader manufacturing sector, is that how can traditional manufacturing environments become more appealing to a younger tech-savvy, incoming workforce? How can we be more attractive for them to come and work in the manufacturing industry?
Okay, I'll also broaden this because this is important for us to deliberate. See, industry in general is going through a tremendous transformation. The digital, AI, etc., new age tools, all of those are becoming a norm. And many times people do make a mistake of equating these changes with tech changes alone. Digital transformation and all of that is not really about hardware or software or only the tech. It's really about mindset change and the cultural change. And therefore, now coming back to your question as to how do you get the younger lot excited to join the manufacturing or construction equipment industry. I think let's ask a question as to what this young generation is looking for. Excitement, meaning in the job, purpose, how do I make a difference? How can I grow along with the career? How can I grow along with the organization? Very importantly, and I think we don't really realize it now, the people who are entering today, the career path they will follow will be extremely different compared to what we have seen in a classical manner. What we have seen, somebody joins as a mechanical engineer, continues to grow in that field, and continues to grow until he or she becomes let's say COO or CEO, and continues to be doing the same thing, that has completely changed. So somebody joins as a mechanical engineer or whatever engineer, branches out into R&D or sales or marketing or something else, does branding or maybe completely changes the industry. And today, therefore, instead of a long marathon, which we have seen earlier, we will see several sprints. And these several sprints will comprise of very different fields at times. And that is what we need to figure out. And that is what we need to also plan and appeal to these youngsters that, look, you have a choice. Based on what you are seeking, we have it for you, and we can offer it for you. But question is, can you do it for everyone? Answer is no. That is where you need to be slightly more, choosy as to for whom you need to offer this kind of a flexibility. That's where your judgment comes in, based on your state of the industry.
So I think that puts a lot of responsibility on a lot of us here. Our industry is also high tech. It's for example, today I know for last year, for example, close to 200 zero emission electric products have been delivered in the market which are being used. Those products are as advanced as the most latest automotive vehicle that we see on the road, or have deep embedded systems that have a huge amount of programming work. We have AI-enabled tools on them, both for diagnostics but also operations, machine control systems with which you can improve precision, and all of this stuff, which is known to us in the industry, but how many out there are actually aware? So to your point, I think we have the responsibility to make that visibility that, okay, it is important for the Gen Alpha that construction equipment industry is seen as a green industry, for example. They are very much focused around how we can be zero emission based kind of thing. So that is one more element of responsibility that we all need to take here. So let me open it up to the audience now, because if we come to them at the end, we might not have much time. So let me just look around the audience. If anybody has any question that they would like to ask Mr. Prem, he is the honorary president of, national president of NHRD, and I think as people and culture, I'll come to you.
And we can get one speaker there.
Yeah, my name is Prasad Dange. I represent TKIL Industries Private Limited, which was earlier known as ThyssenKrupp Industries India. I was previously working with Tata Hitachi. My question to you, sir, is that we are talking about the people in our organization, while most of our businesses are actually conducted through our dealers. And, the skill level at the dealership and, the opportunities available locally to them, are too many. Thirdly, they don't want to get into that kind of rigor, because you have to have more foot on the field, of course, when you want coverage. So they don't find this lucrative enough. And whatever we may, technologies that we may come up with, that actually doesn't excite them. Because, ultimately they are the people who have to.
Question a bit sharper, so
yeah,
that we can manage time.
Be specific.
Yeah.
So my question basically is that, how do we make them excited to, work for our organizations? Because at their level, the understanding of technology and, those kinds of things are quite less.
Right. Okay, so this is a reality of the industry that you mentioned, sir. I mean, most of the organizations are going through. But coming to your question as to how do you get them excited, I think at the end of the day, what people are looking for is, and some of the things are absolutely across generations, certain things are different. Things which are true of all the generations, most people like to be seen to be successful. Most people want to be seen to be valued in their organization, क्योंकि मान सम्मान ये सबको चाहिए. So that's absolutely true of all the segments of your employee base. Talking about the new gen employees, what they are looking for may not be next 10, 20 years horizon. What can I do next, let's say 12 months? Because it's not really about the 50 over matches or test matches anymore. It's really about T20 mindset now. So that's about the new gen employee. So can you show a path for next 12 months, 18 months, 24 months? Get them excited about it. Number two, what new skills can they acquire while doing your work? That's very important. Third, and this I'll talk about some very interesting research that we did, sir. This was about a couple of years ago. You know, we conducted a small research on the school children. The school children who were in 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th standard, that was about 4 or 5 years ago. What is your dream organization? Which organization would you work for? Would you like to work for? You know, a lot of kids, they said, I would like to work for a company which cares for environment. I would like to work for a company which cares for differently abled people, disabled people. They didn't use the buzzwords like sustainability. They didn't use a lot of buzzwords which we do in the corporate, but that's a shift. So how can you build an appeal towards that kind of a choice? At the end of the day, finally, learning, career growth, and here and now is more important to the new gen employees as compared to really a long drawn race.
Thank you, Brandon.
So
Mr.
I
Arun,
wish
please.
I could, yes, sir.
One more question here.
30 seconds, please, sir,
My
if you
question
can.
will be very short, sir.
Yes, sir.
With the new education policy in place,
Haji.
can we say with confidence that few years down the line, we will have a future-ready workforce?
सर फ्यूचर रेडी ऐसा शब्द है कि हम 10 साल पहले भी बात कर रहे थे फ्यूचर रेडी की आज भी कर रहे हैं आई एम श्योर विल बी टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस इन नेक्स्ट 5-10 years also. This will continue to remain a very relevant question. But I'm not, I would not say that it's the end, it's not an event, it's an ongoing dialogue, it's an ongoing battle. We have to be at it all the time. But very important piece of your question is, now the intensity of the efforts have to be much more as compared to what we have done in the past. Reason, the employees will have lot more choices. Employees would not look for long-term careers. They would look for small tenures, successful tenures, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. तो जो concept है long service awards का 25-30 years, I think that must come down to maybe 3 years or 5 years max. So that's it, sir.
Yeah,
I really enjoyed.
So thanks very much for that question. I will take a final question as we go up to the stage, since we have to close it here.
Okay.
Is about, you know, there was one discussion that started in the beginning in the inaugural session about well-being and employee well-being and mental health. And how do you see the industry responding to these shifts of these concerns about well-being, employee well-being, and mental health? What are the trends? What is it that's happening?
Okay, 2 things. अभी कुछ देर पहले आपने सस्टेनेबिलिटी का जिक्र किया था, and I was just reflecting on this phrase ESG. You see, there was one research about a couple of years ago that was focused only on S. And the research clearly showed that those organizations which score higher on S, they also tend to be doing better in terms of their financials. That means your engagement, your diversity, focus on wellness, focus on health, focus on all those softer aspects which we did not care for so much in the past have become very, very important drivers. I think in the future, it's only going to be more important, something we can't really miss. That would be my response.
Thank you very much, Shan. Thank you very much for your insightful and engaging conversation and the suggestion to walk into the audience, which has also been, I think, well appreciated by the audience here. Please give a big round of applause to Mr. Prem Singh. Thank you, sir, for joining us in this session. And yeah,
I
please
request
go ahead,
Mr. Krishnan to present a token of appreciation to our guest, Mr. Prem Singh. And I also request Mr. Shalva Chaturvedi to present this token of appreciation to Mr. Dimitrov Krishnan.
A big round of applause for the moderator, please.
With this, we move to our next session, which is creating a future-ready workforce. We invite Mr. Paras Kaushik, who is the Program Director of Mint India's Iconic Workplaces and Chief Human Resource Officer, HT Media Group, to join us on the stage. I also invite Dr. Nilesh Gupta, who is the partner of Deloitte, to join us. And please start the conversation with Mr. Paras Kaushik. Please give them a big round of applause, guys, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Tarun, for having us. And thank you so much, DK, for the time save. We were about, I think, 45 minutes late, and now we are just about 22 minutes late. So, and it's an interesting moment. In the morning when I was up here, I was standing between breakfast and you, and now I'm standing between lunch and you. So it's an interesting predicament, and Paras, as much as you talk, the lunch waits. So that's.
So maybe we need to give food for thought now, till the real food comes.
Okay, super. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've got Paras here today, and we are going to delve into insights that Paras has to share with us. Paras is the CHRO, Group CHRO for HT Media Group, Hindustan Times. And Paras, the first question that I have for you, I heard Prem talk about brand, I heard Prem talk about career sprints. Prem also talked about sustainability being important. DK talked about tech landscape or the tech orientation of the CE industry. The first question that I have for you, Paras, is in your opinion, and let me take the liberty of calling you an outsider to the CE industry, as you come from the media background.
Sure.
In your opinion, what do you think is the future of work, workplace, and workforce?
A very interesting question. Firstly, thank you very much for inviting me. Really love to be here talking to all of you. And I'm sure all of you have far more knowledge and experience than I have. So I'm going to talk to you as one of us, right? And I'll be very direct and honest. This question has come to me twice in the last 2 weeks. What is the future of work you see? I don't know. I have zero clue about it. Zilch. And I'll tell you 2-3 reasons why I have zilch clue about the future in the next 5 years or 7 years. In 2019, when I was in the US, I was very confident that driverless cars have no future. I don't know, 7 years ago, put a hand on your heart and tell me if you were confident driverless cars will be there.
No.
I wasn't. But look today, right? 2 months ago, and a friend of mine, his daughter just finished her 12th, so she's like, thinking of what to study. I being in HR, I become the person to talk to, right? अरे आप HR में हो, बताइए कौन सी jobs आ रही हैं, क्या आ रही हैं? And I really thought hard. And I went to that girl and I told her, beta, honestly, I have no clue which jobs will remain or will be there. She said, why do you say so? I said, because the rapid and the dynamic change that AI is doing, if you had asked me this question in 2020 or maybe 19, I would have told you, ये 5 jobs तो रहेंगी रहेगी. आज मैं वो भी नहीं बता सकता. So actually, to be very honest, Nilesh, I would be lying or I would want to meet the person who can tell me what will be the future and the jobs. But I can't answer that. So the question is, what do we do today? I think so.
After a long time, I've heard someone sit on this side of the table and say the truth. Ki nahi pata hai. And that is the reality.
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
Okay. Since you have asked the question yourself, what do we do today, Paras?
Yeah, so what do we do today? I'll go back to that girl and I said, you know, the course that you should pick up is not a course that is helping you prepare for a world to solve today's problems. Because those problems will not remain in the next 5 years. You should join a course that is broadening your intellectual faculties. And so pick a course that will broaden your horizon. And when I started reflecting on that, I can just tell you what I do. I experiment a lot and I'm extremely curious. Whatever tech changes are happening, I would maybe ask the audience, a show of hands, that how many of you are a paid subscriber to an AI tool? Paid subscriber. One hand in 100?
100 plus audience.
How many of you are a paid subscriber to at least 5 AI tools? And you have to be curious and use that. That's the mirror I'm showing you. That is the future, ladies and gentlemen. And if we are not there as paid subscribers, it only takes $20, right? Just $20. That's about $2,000 a month. Still we don't buy. And that's a question I would leave you with. What's stopping you? Why aren't you experimenting? And that's what all of us need to do today. I'll give you 2 more examples on the same front. I started using one of the Gen AIs as soon as it was launched. It was incidentally our wedding anniversary, so I drafted a message through the Gen AI. It drafted it so beautifully that my wife thought I really have got some emotions after 15 years. But I had to tell her the truth that it's not me, it's something that has come up. And then after about 4 months, the paid subscription in India started. I was the first one to take that $20 subscription. And today, I can tell you, the investments that I do in my stocks are coming from there. On the 9th, I'm going to Japan. The entire itinerary, where I have to go, what I have to do is there. My 10-year-old daughter's homework and some creative stuff is there. Recently, I am hiring a CXO, multiple profiles of CXOs, job description, psychometric is already uploaded for me to know what questions to ask. And I'm just giving you 4 or 5 use cases. And at work also, I'm creating new businesses using AI. So my request to all of you, experiment, stay curious, and just try out new stuff.
So let me paraphrase this simply on the first 2 questions. What I'm hearing you say, Paras, is future of workplace to nahi pata. We do not know. Future of work bhi nahi pata. But what we need to do as individuals is perhaps catch on this wave of AI, not be left behind, perhaps be ahead of the curve.
Yeah. And
now,
define our own future.
And define our own future. Now let me ask a follow-up question over there. Okay, you said that you wrote a personal message which was well appreciated. You use your stock picks, your Japan itinerary, and so on and so forth that you are doing. What are you doing as HR, AI with AI, without AI? What is that journey like? What is it that you're doing differently?
3 things that I'm doing, and I'll explain to you from an angle of individual, team, org. I think as HR, it is upon us, and the biggest point of our lives to actually transform the organization. The baton of AI in an organization does not rest with the CEO. It does not rest with the CIO. It rests with HR. And let me build that case. You may talk about careers, you may talk about potential, you may talk about talent and this and that and whatever. After my 22 years in HR, I am one thing very sure of, that if there is one root word that defines HR, it's called productivity. Rest everything are frills around the word productivity. Why do you have a succession plan? Because if somebody drops dead, you have somebody who can pick up that job very quickly, correct? So that the loss in productivity doesn't happen. Why do you have a 9 box? Why do you have a normalization? So that the less productive. Why do you have development plans? Everything is productivity. Rest everything is frill, jargons, hoo-ha. Now, AI is that one tool that can drive significant productivity in your organization. So it's upon us. Do you think the CIO is interested? Is his agenda productivity? No, it is ours. And so therefore, at an org level, it's very important that HR plays that role. At a team level, you need to make sure your team is using it, and for that you have to use it so that the adoption happens. You need to make use cases in your HR system, whether it's comp benchmarking, whether it's interviewing, whether it is application tracking systems, whether it is chatbots within your organization, is that adoption is something that you have to do. This is one part of the answer. The second part, what am I doing, is also, I'm experimenting in creating businesses within HT Media Group. So I'm an entrepreneur. Apart from doing my day job of CHRO for 6 businesses that I have, I am building 2 businesses. One I've built, it's called the CHRO Vantage. It's a leadership journey for high potential HR people poised to become CHROs. We do this program twice every year under the Mint brand. It's been, first year has been very successful, the next one is just launched. The second thing that I've done is created a certification, and you would have seen against my name, I'm the program director, Mint India's Iconic Workplaces, because that's a product on AI we have built, which is a workplace certification program. And the reason we built it is because of 2 things. A, the current landscape of companies that are certifying workplaces are, in my opinion, not doing a very just job. Number 2, with AI coming, we can use AI to generate insightful reports, findings to all of you about your workplaces. So these are the 2 things that got me kicked, and we said, might as well start a new business. So those are the 2 things that I'm doing at a business level. But more than that, I don't want to do shop talk here. More important is, as HR, it is our responsibility to drive productivity and therefore drive the change.
So 3 things I heard you say, Paras. Productivity is the pivot. Everything that we do from an HR standpoint or as an organization revolve around it. For your own team, adopt, get onto this wave of AI, and perhaps be the first or early adopters of this change.
Exactly.
The one that is intriguing me is the third one, which is your entrepreneurship venture. You talked about CHRO Vantage, you talked about India's Iconic. I'm going to ask a follow-up question on Iconic, India's Iconic. What is, and why am I asking this is also because in the morning we talked about what does brand mean, how do we create that pull for the construction equipment industry, how do we get engineers to come to us and perhaps be in the roles and succeed in the roles and take our industry ahead in terms of the roles that we have. My question is, in your India's Iconic, or what is iconic to you, and why did you start this journey?
There are 2 parts to this, I'll just say, and I'll pick a leaf from what Prem said and what the question DK was asking regarding how do we attract top talent, how do we attract the millennials, Gen Alpha, Gen Beta, whatever you want to call them. Actually, that problem has not been new. It's not a new problem. And I'll go back to my days of 2002 when I was working in Renukut in an aluminium plant.
This is Hindalco, I believe.
This is Hindalco. Many of you are still in industries where your product actually is visible, whether it's a Volvo, whether it's a JCB. Hindalco's product are not even visible to the consumer. It's some aluminium somebody is making in something, it will get fabricated. It was tough then to get engineers. Because engineers were going and joining what? Infosys and CTS and all of these tech companies, right? The root here, again, is brand. Experiences and brand. And that's something that as HR we need to do far more than what we are doing today. A pre-placement talk in a campus is not a solution. You need to be there, or your company needs to be there where the talent is spending time. So if, I'm just naming a company, let's say JCB Chase, if you are not on Instagram from an employer branding perspective, it doesn't help. If you are not on Discourse, which is a separate platform itself, it doesn't help, because half of the engineers are sitting on Discourse. If you are not on the latest forums, like Grapevine,
Fishbowl,
like Fishbowl, you're losing the game. It doesn't help whether you put an ad in a newspaper or you put an ad on Naukri.com, doesn't help. You got to play the game where the players are. So branding is extremely, extremely important. And now coming back to the question that you asked, Mint India is iconic, and what is iconic? Now, what is a brand? Number one, what HR is talking about. But that'll be a lot of talk. Number two, what employees are perceiving. But that's pure perception. Number three, experiences, what employees are experiencing. It's extremely critical that while we do the perception and the talk, the experiences of employees needs to be captured and showcased to the globe, to your future talent. Unless you do that, because that's where authenticity comes in, right? Unless you do that, the prospective employees will not be able to resonate. I'll give you a live example. आप में से अखबार कितने लोग पढ़ते हैं? Thank you very much. सबको पढ़ना चाहिए. हिंदी अखबार कितने लोग पढ़ते हैं? Thank you. अब एक डाइंग ब्रीड है हिंदी जर्नलिस्ट्स की, राइट? 30% पॉपुलेशन, 30 भी नहीं, आई थिंक 50% पॉपुलेशन अगर मैं देखता हूँ वो सारी की सारी HSM मार्केट में है. हमारा अखबार है हिंदुस्तान जो सर्वश्रेष्ठ है, नंबर 1 है बिहार झारखंड में, नंबर 2 है यूपी में. लेकिन आज अगर मेरे को जर्नलिस्ट लेने जाना होता है हिंदी के लिए, मिलते ही नहीं है, क्योंकि हिंदी ऐसे भाषा बोलनी लिखनी हमने छोड़ रखी है, घरों में छोड़ रखी है, राइट? So now we have to catch them young. I make sure that my journalists are putting out their videos, which they've never done, on Instagram to reach out to those people that why Hindi journalism is cool. Right? So that the experiences are getting communicated to the population and the authenticity comes out. So these are the three things in Iconic. And of course, an iconic organization is one which is giving an inspiring vision to the employees. Growth is being given, but growth is boundless growth. It's not a career paths, right? I think all of that is dead. I'm sorry, Deloitte used to work a lot on career paths. There's nothing like a career path. You just move, right? So that's another pillar. Then we have collaborative excellence, because organizations that collaborate better are the ones. We have empowered leaders, thriving environments, so multiple elements. But I think the core here is the branding part of it, and I think very important for us to do it.
Very interesting. And I heard that India's Iconic is also something that is made in India. Could you?
Oh, yes,
Could you help us understand a little bit why made in India? क्यों चाहिए हमको?
Because I think there is a I'll not use that word. There is an infatuation with what's happening in the West, and we just copy paste that. Right? There's a model that's working in the West. Let's put it in India, including 9box. Originated there, we put it here.
Bell curve.
Including bell curve. I don't know whether it flies or not. And there are all other models in workplace certifications are what's happening in the West. You just copy it in India. India is a far more nuanced organization, country, and the corporates here are far more nuanced. So when we started working on this framework, we said it has to be an Indian framework, and that's why we'll call it India's Iconic. And in India's Iconic framework, we got feedback from a lot of CHROs and nuanced it to a level where we are able to make sure that our workforce is represented in the right way. So that's the nuance that we did to this particular model, that it's an Indian-centric model with feedback from over 100 CHROs as to what the model should have.
So made in India for India.
Yeah, exactly.
So let me go back. You said 2-3 things. One is the story of the girl that you talked about, where you are her default mentor. Then you talked about what your people are talking about you, how your people are perceiving you, and how your people are experiencing you. At some point in time, I'd also want to understand the difference between the three of these. जो बोल रहे हैं वही तो perceive करेंगे, वही तो experience करेंगे. But I'll come to that. And you talked about Iconic having a vision which is inspiring, growth which is boundaryless, and collaborative excellence. And you talked about Hindi journalism, where you said that you need to catch them young.
Yeah.
So on one part is you have this girl who's saying, Paras, tell me kya karu, and here is where Paras in his HR hat is trying to catch all of these young people. What is it? And you talked about being present in those platforms. How does Iconic help create that employer branding in all of this? Vision hai, boundaryless growth hai, collaborative excellence hai, but how does all of this come together on that specific point that you made? On one hand, you have people who are asking kya karu, on another hand, you want to get those people as well.
I'll have to pick a leaf from my previous experience here. So 17 years I worked with the Aditya Birla Group. I know I've got a friend here from ABG. The one thing that Aditya Birla Group did beautifully is that people did not join ABG by chance. Now let me explain to you what a by chance means. I'm an engineer or an MBA. I tried for 20 different companies, didn't get selected. Finally, there is one more company came. I joined it. Let's assume it's in the space of construction. Let's say it's in the space of real estate. Person joins and then ends up making a career in real estate because you don't have a choice. You just fall in love with the industry and kind of do that, right? That's called joining an organization by chance. Like, I can tell you very honestly, I'm HR by chance. I had nothing much to do. I got a B school, applied for HR, got admission, and now 22 years I've been by chance in HR. I don't know how many are in HR by choice here. But as organization, now that we are in HR, it is our responsibility that people join my organization by choice. That means they consciously want to join this organization, and that's what ABG did very beautifully. Now, if you look at Aditya Birla Group, they were in the mining sector. They're in the aluminium sector. They're in the chemical sector. My joke was, it is not B2B, it is back and beyond.
Okay.
Right? But still, the top talent from engineering or B schools wanted to join ABG because there was a story. there were experiences, and there was that brand that was getting resonated. Mint India Iconic will attempt to do exactly that. So that sectors which somewhere feel that they are the poorer cousin of talent, of our talent attraction, shouldn't feel that. Right? And they are able to get people joining their industry out of choice, not accidental, by chance.
Let me put it jovially. What Paras is trying to say is, it is not like an arranged marriage जहाँ प्यार बाद में कर लेंगे. It should be like a love marriage, where our talent first falls in love with us, and then the marriage happens. Is that a right analogy, Paras?
Divorce rates are similar in both the. So you never know how it works, but yeah, fall in love first, then get married. Yeah.
Very interesting. Before we open up to the audience, I have one last question for you,
Sure.
Paras. What are your key messages for our HR fraternity here, which represents the construction equipment industry? As I'll repeat the same point, let's call you an outsider to CE industry. As an outsider, what are those three key messages that you would want our friends in CE industry, HR, to know?
Look, you are the backbone, right? You're the reason so much growth is happening. You're the reason why somebody can stand and give a $5 trillion economy dream, right? You're supporting that. It's a very big thing that the sector is in, this particular sector. As an outsider, Prem said about a few things. I have only one message. And I'm coming from media, so therefore I'm a little biased there. Tell your story. Tell your story in each forum, in each format, in each medium. Don't get restricted to just a post on LinkedIn with 20 people saying Tali and feeling happy about it. Every forum you need to be. I'm sure all of you are proud, so I don't want to talk about that. I'm sure there is significant advocacy that your employees will have because you would want more people. But you need to tell your story and tell it authentically. Which another way of saying is build your brand, employer branding. But I don't want to use jargonish words. Root, tell your story. And tell your story in every possible way, in every possible place, to every possible person. Including when you take a flight from here, you're sitting to somebody, don't look at your phone. Tell them, I work for JCB and JCB does this and this happens and that happens. And that's what we have to do. That's my single most only advice.
Very powerful, very powerful. So CE industry HR, tell your story.
I missed that.
CE industry HR, tell your story. We'll open it up to the audience. Any questions? Yes, please. If you can have the mic to the gentleman, please.
We have time.
Another 2 minutes.
Hello.
We started at 1:22.
Sir, you have mentioned that you have worked 22 years in HRD. My question is only on HRD.
Yes.
As we are aware that in today's rapidly evolving digital landscape,
Yes, sir.
artificial intelligence and machine learning both are reshaping. My question is, how can HRD foster a culture of continuous learning and innovation in an AI-driven environment?
Sir, पहले तो खुद ही AI सीख लेते हैं. Using AI ourselves. Let's start from there. आप नहीं या मैं अपनी टीम को बुला के नहीं बोल सकता कि यार guys, there's new thing in AI, go experiment. No. I have to use it. It has to start from you because unless you lead, and trust me, it has taken me 6 months to convince my team to use Gen AI. And I have given so many use cases to them that, look, this is what I'm doing, this is how I'm doing. My emails are being written through Gen AI. So unless I do it, how can I influence my team, which is the HR team? Unless the HR team does it, how can they influence the organization? फिर तो buzzword ही रह जाएगा ये. So we need to do it. So my request, humble request to all of you, go back, download the app, start using it today. The question that you asked me, sir, go on ChatGPT, ask that question to ChatGPT. And then also tell which company you're from, and then tell these are your challenges, and then tell your diversity ratio, and then tell remote places where you are, and then ask what should I do. Trust me, it'll be far better response than what I'm giving you today.
Sir, it is always better to listen from the learned panelist, not from ChatGPT.
Sir, okay, here's my counter to that. ChatGPT currently has, I think, 22 trillion data points, 22 trillion data points on which its model is being trained. Right? It's humongous. We are talking about AGI coming, which is the CEO of Google, DeepSeek, he says 2030, and they are on plan to get AGI. Sam Altman says somewhere around 27, 28 AGI will come. Now, what is AGI? AGI is the cumulative knowledge of all humankind. So, one question is you ask Paras Kaushik. He has got his 22 years of experience. That's his knowledge. Plus whatever he has read, whatever he has seen, experienced. Second, you ask AGI. It has got cumulative knowledge. Key here is not just getting the knowledge, is to know what questions to ask and how to ask. The better your question is framed, the better the response will be. I'll cut it at that.
Two things that I heard Paras say: be the change that you want to see in the world, sir, and continuous learning. First, learn
yourself. Yeah.
And adopt AI.
Please don't go to your team and tell them, yaar, AI mein kya ho raha hai, batao. Nahin.
By the way, Paras is no ambassador for AI. He doesn't get paid at all to preach about AI at all. I know this, having known Paras for many, many years now. Super. Being a stickler for time, we have time for one last question.
Oh, there's one there.
Yes, sir.
Listening to the conversation, I would like to reconfirm. Are you suggesting that the fear of failing, which is existing in our ecosystem in many industries I visit, that culture needs to be abolished by the senior management? Unless there is a culture of experimenting, it will not lead to innovation. And as a HR and even as a head of the organization, that kind of a culture needs to be inculcated.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. You need to experiment, you need to fail, but you need to lead. Everybody, look, what do we keep talking about? Walk the talk, be the leader, show the path, right? Now, khade hoke show the path to nahi hone wala. You have to do it yourself. And that's my only submission to all of you. Do it yourself. Don't delegate. This thing cannot be delegated, sir. It cannot be delegated, because if you end up delegating it, in about 2 years, if I end up delegating it in about 2 years, I'll be out of job. I need to work. Nilesh, Dr. Saab has told me that the expectancy will be roughly about 90.
Yeah.
In some cases 100.
Yeah.
तो 60 पे तो सर रिटायर होके मैं अगले 30 साल एनिवर्सरी मैसेजेस नहीं लिख सकता. काम तो करना पड़ेगा. अब वो क्या is what I'm saying. So you got to be relevant. You got to be ahead of the curve. And it's applicable to all of you, all industries.
Super.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being such a patient audience. That was Paras Kaushik, curator of Mint India's iconic workplaces in partnership with Deloitte. And I'm Nilesh. Very nice to meet again. And thank you so very much.
Thank you so much. I would request Dr. Nilesh Gupta to present his memento from our side to Mr. Paras Kaushik. Mr. Photographer. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will take a short break, and obviously it's a lunch time. So we will take a break for 45 minutes. And after the lunch, we will start with our second panel discussion. May I request you all to please settle down. So we are going to start with our next panel discussion. 2, which is on transforming workplaces through diversity, equity, and inclusivity. I invite Ms. Deepika Mathur. She is the Executive Director from Deloitte to come on stage, please. Other panelists, I would request to join Ms. Shweta Singh, Head of People and Culture, Volvo Construction Equipment India Private Limited. Ms. Mandira Roy Chaudhary, Vice President Human Resources, Wipro Infrastructure Engineering. Mr. Kashi Vishwanath, Head HRC, MMB and IMB, Larsen and Toubro. Ms. Deepshikha Vande, AVP Human Capital Development, JCB India Limited. Ms. Gunjan Barjatia, HR Business Manager, KS Construction Equipment Private Limited. Okay, I think Mandira will be joining us shortly. So I request Deepika Mathur to start with this panel discussion, Transforming Workplaces Through Diversity, Equity and Inclusivity.
Good afternoon, everyone. I really hope that we are not very sleepy because our panelists will ensure that we are awake. DEI is one of the topic which is of utmost interest in almost all organizations. I will leave aside what Trump is thinking for this panel. I don't think this was thought through before that, but in India, I think it's very, very important for us. And it's not only about women diversity that we talk about, which we used to talk about 10 years ago. It's much more and advanced to that. So I'm really looking forward to moderating this esteemed panel of people who are there and who are not there. And it's my honor to welcome all of you, because in today's dynamic and interconnected world, fostering a diverse, equitable and inclusive workplace is not just a matter of policy, it is a strategic imperative. And DI principles help us build on an organization, encourages more participation from employees and also innovation. I look forward to a lot of questions from all of you as well. We can leave 5 minutes at the end of the session and followed by a couple of minutes video which Mr. Kashi Vishwanath really wants to play on diversity. So with that, I will go to my panel. So Shweta, my first question is to you. Why is DEI essential, not just from a moral standpoint, but as a driver of organizational growth in the construction equipment industry?
Yeah. So thanks, Deepika. When you say that, in my view, really DEI is one of the key prerequisites to unleash the full potential of all our people. This is how I would like to put it. And maybe I can explain this, why I say this through certain example. The one example that I would like to say that many times in our companies, we start with a very limiting belief. So I will go about what we don't do often and need to do more on. One example that I would like to take is a very simple people process, which is about hiring. Many times when we go about hiring a position, say we are hiring, say, a sales position or a service position or a mechanical engineer, we go many times with associating competence with a certain gender or a certain, abilities that such person can do it. We tend to approach hiring by leaning towards, a certain set of networks that we know or people that we can easily relate to. It's easier for us to get people that we know from our network. Or, many times we go with, past successes. We look at past successes or past experiences which is relevant, or I want to hire from certain industry. But important is when you really work with DEI, you need to challenge this conventional expectation. Only then you can broaden your perspective about bringing new people to our industry. Many times I heard in the morning about how can we become a more attractive industry? How can we have all different kind of generations, different kind of people joining from different industries? So it's important to, question the bias with which we go and really open the doors with an open mindset that, okay, we are here to hire for competence and clearly define the competence and not who already in the initial phases. The second thing that I would say that is we all work with organization development, we work with strategy. And many times in the management team, we think that it is the management team who has to do a lot of thinking and the rest has to do a lot of doing. But in the space that we are today, which is ever changing, we need everybody to be thinking and doing no matter what level that they belong to. And in that space, one of the things that we did is, in Volvo, we created something like shadow board. So many times we feel, okay, we have created strategy, we know it all, but we have many of our own blind spots. When you have these shadow boards who are younger people in your company who can point out what they don't see it happening, what are the risks they are seeing it, because they're so much closer to the customers, to the whole ecosystem. So things like these, brings different perspectives on the table from all sections of the, and the levels of the company, and that's how you bring inclusion. You involve many people in the journey, and then the value of the organization growth can be multifold. You are then evaluating a different perspective to build the organization that you want to create for future and the room for everybody to learn and grow and contribute.
Thanks, Shweta. So I met a client yesterday and you talked about biases based on CVs. And so that client of mine told me that what they have started doing, and they've seen many other companies do, that they've started masking the CVs. Yeah. They don't tell who it is, they don't disclose the age, they don't disclose the place of birth. So they've started, it's just skill-based CV which gets passed on.
And it is so true, Deepika, because even in our company, what we do is we use gender decoder. So when you publish an ad, you try to say that, okay, you are not in any way aligning to one specific gender that you run through that code. And sometimes, we also in our experiences, we don't write in the JD that, okay, I'm looking for 10 years plus of experience with such and such background. We try to emit that so that, you are more appealing to all kind of people in the, in the society. And that's what you want your company to be made up of.
Thanks. With that, I'll go over to Mandira. So tell me, have you adopted any gender diversity strategies in your organization tailored for a legacy-heavy workforce? Because that can be a different one.
Right. No, I think it's, very, very important to have tailored, focused initiatives, because I think all of us are grappling with very complex workforces, multi-generational workforces. So a one-size-fits-all strategy really does not work anymore. And how we have navigated this, like you rightly said, that the industry we belong to, many of our plants have been around for many, many years, and you have legacy workforce, male-dominated workforce. So, my team member Kirti was just sharing that in our newest plant in Jaipur, the average age is 23. And in our oldest plant in Peenya, the average age is 47. Right? So you're kind of having to grapple with such a wide, range of workforce with very, very different needs, different life stages, different outlook, and therefore our policies need to evolve, right? So how we have navigated this is, whenever we have a new plant or a new investment, expanding new lines, we kind of take on very specific goals for those expansions. So we might state that, okay, we will have 30% women, in this plant or in this line. And that has helped us over a period of time achieve a certain, demographic shift. And also in terms of campus programs, ensuring that we have the right mix, the right representation, even in terms of laterals, and Shweta spoke about bias, at the time of hiring. When we stated that we really wanted to increase the representation of women in our workforce, we kind of mandated, and even at a leadership level, we said that we will not close a position until we have ensured that we have at least interviewed, women in the candidate pool. Of course, the final decision is always based on merit, but we kind of challenge ourselves, press, push our, recruitment partners to go out there and hunt for deserving women candidates so that they can at least be considered for those positions. So I think it's important to first have a very clear intent, state it visibly, publicly, so that the organization collectively takes accountability and ownership for driving a stated agenda. And then through various ways and means and processes and policies to consistently demonstrate and practice some of those initiatives. And while I spoke about hiring, but it's not enough to just hire a multi-generational workforce, or even you spoke about gender. How do you create an enabling environment or an enabling framework? So we did this very interesting exercise recently. We asked a bunch of Gen Zs in the organization to come together and tell us what was an aspirational workplace for them. And we got all leaders, all managers in a room, and we asked the Gen Zs, and they did such an amazing job. I mean, if that assignment had been given to me, I would have put up a PowerPoint, done it the traditional way. And the Gen Zs, they came, they did a skit, they made it fun, it was so creative, and we walked away in that session from the room, completely shaken, impressed, inspired, and really awakened to the fact that, our workplace of the future needs to look very, very different if it needs to appeal to Gen Z. So I think that's how we've been looking at it, looking at how do we make our organization such that it appeals to all generations. Everybody has a place, everybody is able to navigate their unique life situations and challenges, and that's a tricky one, because then, how do you ensure equity, how do you ensure perceived fairness? So it is a tricky one, and it's a journey. I think we've embarked on that journey, and I think we will learn along the way.
Thanks, Mandira. So Kashi, before I move on to your question, thanks for being on this panel. You bring in diversity to our panel.
I'm getting a bit outnumbered here, but that's good.
So in your view, how can D&I contribute to operational excellence or innovation?
First, let me just get a few terms with all of us clear, so that we all are on the same page. We have diversity, we have equity, and we have inclusion. Just imagine that there are two people. One, there's a girl who's tall, and there's a boy who's short, and they are trying to watch a match, and there is a wall in front of them. In the first case, you allow both of them to watch the match. The person may not be able to watch it because the wall is there, he's short, but you allow them both to watch. That's diversity. In the second case, you give the shorter person a stool so that the person can stand on the stool and then watch the match because he's short. That's equity, where you're giving people the facilities to actually succeed. And the last one, which is inclusion, which is going to be part of what I'm going to talk about, is where the wall itself does not exist. So agar un dono ke beech mein koi diwari nahi hai, there's no wall in between, that's inclusion. And there you are allowing the person, all the people, to just watch the match. There's no wall in between them. And inclusion is actually what human beings really want. Human beings, that's a basic human necessity. If I'm feeling comfortable amongst the 4 women over here, and they make me feel comfortable, and they don't make me feel like I'm somebody different, that's what human beings want. And that's inclusion which is there. Now coming to the question that she asked, inclusion safety, or safety that results in inclusion, through inclusion, is the basic of all the psychological safety which is there. Out of all the 4 stages of psychological safety, I think inclusion safety is the base, beyond which you have what is called learner safety, where people can ask questions. When we talk about psychological safety, in the learner safety, you can ask questions. Like all of you are, if I'm feeling comfortable here, I can ask questions to anybody who's there in the audience. That's learner safety. And then you have contribution safety. I can make mistakes, I can take risks. There are some I can contribute without any fear. I can feel that, look, my skills are valued and I can contribute. That's contribution safety. And the last one is where it's called challenger safety, where I can really make changes, take risks. And big risks is something I can take without fearing that, look, somebody is going to, come against me. Now, the question she asked is, does inclusion help in creativity, innovation, operational excellence? When you reach this stage of contribution safety, where you know that I can make changes, I can take risks, that's where innovation actually comes into picture. And that's why today in the United States, there is so much of, hue and cry, because there is so much, the current government over there is preventing, according to the people there, innovation and safety, because they are trying to avoid immigrants, they are trying to prevent immigrants, they are trying to prevent the basic core of what US stands for, which is inclusion safety. And that will lead to lack of innovation, etc., is what they are actually subscribing to. So again, coming to the question, you bring in psychological safety, it leads to definitely innovation, because people are then feeling very safe and they can make mistakes and take risks. Coming back to our own experience as to how this has led to operational excellence, I'll give you an example. We have few women maintenance people as part of a customer of ours who is specifically focused around this. We have women in our team, and the women feel very safe. They don't feel there is any difference the people around them don't make them feel any different. There is a lot of inclusion that's already existing there. So they are actually contributing to their best. And the team around them, when I spoke to them and asked them, is this a myth or do you really see a benefit? They say that, look, the women are so focused. They want to go back home and they have other things to do at home. So they don't waste time, like the other men, etc. They don't go for a sutta break or a chai time, and they just are so focused. They finish and they go back. That's one example. Another example leading to the same operational excellence, we have a team which works with circuits, electrical circuits. This is part of a team which is working there. And the feedback that the managers give over there is the natural dexterity of the hand is God-given to women. They are able to work with minute circuits far better than actually what men can. It's a natural gift which God has given. And such differences is what women bring. Or in this case, women bring, I'm just using women as an example towards inclusion, women bring to the project. And so this inclusion thing is not just a myth. It is a stated and proven fact that more you have inclusion, the more it can lead to innovation and the more it can lead to operational excellence. That's from my side.
Thank you so much. I will now move to Deepshikha. Deepshikha, what are the biggest hurdles you have faced in making D&I meaningful and sustainable in your organization?
So a couple of them, I would say. And the first one is the alignment. And it's not the CXO alignment. It is actually the level next to CXO. Because they are anyways aligned and they are driving that culture within the organization. But convincing the next level has been a challenge, which I think we have been able to come over in last couple of years. As can be seen in one of our manufacturing location, on shop floor we have more than 51% women. And the second challenge, if we talk about gender diversity, is attraction of talent or the required skill set and their retention. Because if we look at welding as a trade, we do not get welders, like women welders, from institutes and various schools that are available. Out of 130 welders, I think to be precise, 132 women welders that we have have only one welder who is actually certified welder from a trade school. Otherwise, the balance, everybody has been trained by JCB at the Vadodara unit. So I would like to focus on the equity with which the company has created to handle with that anomaly which is there in the system. We could not get talent and we needed welders. We needed women there and we did not have talent in the market. So we went ahead and started training them. We have close to 16 weeks of training that we conduct for these women, which is a mix of classroom training as well as the simulation that we have. And today, the attrition rate amongst these welders are in single digit. Again, to be precise, it is 7.3% in the current year, which is what we are doing to bring about equity in the system. Another piece that we initially faced challenge and that we are handling, in many of the area, all the systems that's been created is more conducive for a men professional rather than women. So we have built some pulley system in the machining area and all, which helps women to perform well without usage of a lot of physical labor. So these are minor changes that we are making to bring, or rather I would say to provide level playing field to women, which has been a challenge otherwise in the system. Retention is the next piece, though in welders we are not facing that challenge, but across the organization as staff category is concerned, we do face challenge, and that we need to realize women, they do not have just one path that they follow, which we know career path. You are managing self, managing managers and others. Women has another career path, or rather I would say life path that they follow. They get married, they become mother, and likewise, they grow. So that is one part which is still challenging, because it is not something which only the organization will do, but the entire ecosystem needs to support that. And that is one area where we are working. We are connecting with parents of these ladies who are there in the system, and we are trying to bring them on the same platform by providing them an ecosystem. So whenever, like there is a story, small, 30 seconds I'll take on this. Our leaders met with the parents of all these women who are working with us, and one of father, he started crying and he shared the experience that when she gave me her first salary, that was the, I would say, the maximum salary that anybody in my entire family has earned in last 2 generations. And he was all in tears. So those are some of the changes that we are trying to build. So definitely that lady still continues to be there and the attrition is not there. So these are some of the minor changes that we are trying to make in this society, but retention requires a lot of support from the ecosystem.
Absolutely, Gunjan. I think what you talked about, your organization calling the parents, I think it's brilliant. And you know, while I was hearing you, it's not only the ecosystem in your parents' home, but also where you get married, your ecosystem is equally very important, because you need to balance both your office and home. In fact, something interesting, this is, I'll share it, maybe it's DEI, maybe it's not DEI, but the organization where my husband works, it's going for an IPO. And whenever I tell someone or anybody who has, oh, now you don't need to work. And I say, I'm not working because I just need the money. I'm working because I'm financially independent and I don't want to depend on him. It doesn't matter if his organization is going in for an IPO. So yeah, those kind of mindsets. But I think the DNI, the support system, everything starts not only from your office, but also a lot from our home. I've seen organizations trying to support so much, but if you do not have a support system at home, you will crack down. And in these times, there are good organizations, good bosses who understand and then bring in, and where we have these policies like sabbatical policies and so on, said, okay, fine, take a month off, settle your issues and come back. And all these things have become much more receptive after COVID. When I joined Deloitte in 2011, there was no work from home. I had a very small child of 2 years of age, and leaving office at 5:30 was unheard of. I had to put my son in a creche. Creches were also very new that time. And my new boss gave me the flexibility, okay, Deepika, you can leave office at 5:30. They were only eyebrows at me at that point of time. That time has also changed. But that support from my organization really helped me rise in my organization and come till this. So I think we all need good organizations and good support, either at home or work, to sustain. With that, Gunjan, I have the next question for you. Being in a manufacturing setup, how do you create buy-in for D&I among frontline leaders, plant heads, and business unit owners?
Thanks for the question. I think we're still standing to looking for a buyout with the leaders, right? We'll be successful, I think, in the coming years as a plant grows. that we will not sit to discuss this center of excellence. You know, we call it as a COE for us, which is DEI. Now we have renamed as engagement and culture. Because for us, looking after the global dynamics in US, we as an organization majorly have a market in US. So as looking after that, we have renamed it as engagement and culture, like how Volvo has people and culture as a HR department. With that, I think to broader the vision here more on this is, not talking only about the female as in diversity. We are at a stage today also that we are focusing on that, but I see it coming in many different ways. It's not only on the female, we talk about being in India. As we spoke, we are multicultural as a country itself. So culture is there. You can have people from different regions together working at one place, and we are already diverse as a country altogether, right? When we talk about the multi-generational groups, we are talking about the Gen Zs. We are also talking about people with disabilities. So we have taken a step ahead on that. Then coming to your question about the leadership here, I think it starts with them. They are the people who are gonna cascade the whole idea of engagement and culture. And I believe that they equally understand and support, because I heard loud all the leaders today talking about it. It's the people managers below them who needs to have an understanding and buyout. So that's very important, because we being the HR cannot touch base to every manager and make them understand and change their mindset. So here that is important, the leaders cascade the whole engagement and culture for us. What we are doing is that we have our governing council. In that council, we have our leaders, we have our CFO, we have our CHRO, and we also have a DEI as an engagement and culture as a panel itself. So there is a person who is leading that. So there is a whole council which top downs with many ERGs nowadays. So we have 4 ERGs. One is for disabilities, which is coming up. One is multi-generational, one is multicultural, and one is iGlow. So iGlow, we started with the female diversity in mind. Then later on, we moved to the cultural part, to the generational part. And this year, we're going to launch the disabilities ERGs. So, and this is all voluntary. So when we release our communications, and employee across the organization, volunteer themselves to be a chairman to that particular ERG. And these ERGs are being sponsored by one of our leaders in the organization. So for example, Shalabh is also going to lead for disabilities soon. So that's how we are taking it, cascading the whole idea of engagement and culture. And leaders are partnering with us, but it's about the people managers below with the change of mindset. Also, we are focusing with the leaders on the certain groups where we can have more diversity. As it's been, DK said, demand versus supply, right? So this, as an industry, we need to see from the start our students really opting for a mechanical engineering as a background. We see that it's only, below 5% of people, from the female's point of view, are there and studying mechanical engineering. So it starts from there. We haven't demand, but is there really a supply of it, where we can have more diversity in terms of the female, right? So that's the idea here, is that we are looking for departments where we have a good supply. It could be the corporate departments, it could be our GCC center, which is ITC, where we need software engineers also, we need the IT engineers also. And so that's the focus area, the marketing as a department altogether, network development as a department, where we can have females. Right? Apart from that, in the other departments, we are trying to be more diverse. We also get happy if we get somebody joining from south to our north office. That also brings a diversity to me, right? So it's just, I think, how we see in a broader form is right now we as in CNH standing right.
Thanks.
Thank
thanks, Gunjan. So, Shweta, this one is for you. Have you encountered resistance around the D&I narratives? If yes, how have you managed that?
And that's, I'm sure everybody has their share of experience, but I remember that in 2020, when we really rolled out our ambitions, and 2 of our ambitions was in the area of DEI. One was on gender, the other one was on inclusion, which is about 100% involvement. And we put up, okay, we want to have about all of our employees be involved in the transformation journey. And the second one, we want to have about 35% women employees and leaders by, say, 2030. And I remember the time when we rolled it out, there were eyebrows raised, but of course there were also questions like, are we here to compromise competence? What are we trying to do long term? Do we think, so there were also insecurities that, is this company is going to be equally for men and women? And many questions like that. And it's human. The human mind will, throw you all these questions. So yes, there was a lot of resistance. There was more than resistance, I would say, a lot of questions unanswered. And many of them were also many times assumptions that you make your own story around what the company is after. There are two things that we largely did to deal with it. The first one was we dealt with it first in a direct way. I would say that right from the local level, but also to the global level, we had our CEO forums to talk and take the questions head-on. Because if you do not take the question and push it under the carpet, then you are also towing the narrative that is probably going around on the ground. So first is take the questions as it comes and deal with it and try to rationalize it, why the company is doing what they are doing. And that you do at several levels. One, you do at a CEO level, but also in your focus group, smaller groups, where you take on more, where there is more safer environment to take questions and answer the questions and make it more and more available and take questions as it comes. The second piece, and a little bit of it what Gunjan touched, is, see, all of these narratives or ambitions generally come from the top. As organization, as leadership, we make those directives, we make those ambitions. But many of these ambitions, and especially on these DEIs, is being done and implemented by the people leaders. And one of the things that we did and realized that when these ambitions are pushed on, the first thing that you ask your question, why am I supposed to do this? What is in it that I'm after? And it's so important to take your people leaders on board. How do you do that? It's not easy. How do you do it? The first thing that we did is we tried to have their involvement and ownership in the whole game. And one way to do it is, you say that, okay, here is the ambition that we have, but you don't have to take the ambition as is. Take it to your teams and ask the question, what is the most important barrier that you're trying to solve for in your business? And help them contextualize it to their business situation. Give them the autonomy in the space to build a goal on DEI which is relevant to their function. And when they make a plan which is connected to the larger ambition or a goal, they will fight for it. They will drive it because they will be passionately involved in creating it, and hence they will go after it. So that is one thing that was really, really successful globally. I would say that involvement and ownership by the people leaders, giving them autonomy, is what really helped us make this real in the world of Volvo.
So when you talked about resistance, did they not come back? HR ka to kaam hi yahi hai.
Yeah, so that's the point, that when you make DEI as a plan of people and culture, that's where we go wrong. It's not the plan of people and culture. I think it's the plan of the company. And how do you make it say that, okay, this is my business plan. Don't make it as a people plan. Then you are landing it straight wrongly and you're trying to push your agenda. How do you make it real with the people leaders?
And how do you really make it real? So, for example, you may encourage, and I'm sorry, I'm just coming back to the women example, and people would say, okay, they'll go on maternity break and all, but you have to give them the assurance, don't worry, even if they go on a maternity break, even if for 6 months, 8 months, we'll give you that replacement. Then I don't think anybody would have a challenge hiring people of, in that category, because more often than not, it's like, okay, if the hiring is on a freeze, what am I going to do if she goes on her family way? So I think more often than not, I've seen organizations changing that and being more open about the replacements, 6 months, 8 months, 10 months, whatever it may be. Otherwise, it's the pressure on the person hiring, from his or her perspective.
And true, and companies do a lot of it today to support leaders. And you create toolkits for your leaders to make use of it because you can't be everywhere. So you support them, you don't leave them alone in the whole journey.
So Mandira, I wanted to ask you, what are the some non-negotiables you have introduced in your leadership team to foster inclusivity?
So, as I was listening to Shweta, I could completely resonate that it's so very important for business leaders to own the DEI agenda and make it their own. So I think that's something we encourage all our business leaders. So all our business leaders have their own stated goals, which are very visibly communicated. We encourage them to talk about it in employee town halls, update and share progress that we've made against those goals. So when the leader talks about it, it galvanizes the organization, drives a certain momentum. So I think that's one very stated, expectation that we have from our leaders, that they will walk the talk, they will role model what it is to be an inclusive leader. And from there, in Wipro, we have what we call the Wipro Leaders Qualities. It's our 360-degree and leadership development framework, where inclusion or inclusive leadership is a defined Wipro leadership, quality or behavior. And all our leaders get evaluated on it. They get feedback from all their stakeholders on it. And their growth, their careers depend on that feedback, right? So the leaders who grow in the organization, have to be inclusive. There is absolutely, no negotiation on that front, because it's a very integral part of our Wipro Leaders framework. And, Gunjan kind of talked about the demand-supply, situation. And, while on paper we can talk about DEI or our gender diversity goals and stuff like that, but when we go to campuses, when we go to those diploma colleges, we just draw a blank, because there aren't enough women out there who are pursuing technical education, who are pursuing careers in manufacturing. And hence, what we did a few years ago is that we took a step back and we said that, look, if we have to solve for this problem, right, we can't just stop at saying that, oh, we need to improve representation of women on the shop floor. We have to go back to the grassroots. We have to start talking to, high school students in class 10, in class 12, at the point where they are making a decision about their careers. Girls from marginalized societies, economically weaker backgrounds, where they might drop out of education either because of financial constraints, or they may not just opt for manufacturing because they don't believe that, it's a place for girls. So we, kind of a few years back decided that if we have to change the narrative, if we have to move the needle, we have to work at the grassroots level. And that's where we started our community initiative, a community outreach program where we, launched scholarship programs, not just in our hydraulics business, we do that in the consumer business. Very recently, Azim Premji Foundation announced that it would give a grant, a scholarship to 250,000 girl students across the country, right? So we truly believe that if we have to make a change, we have to start at that level and give opportunities to girls to pursue their education and tell them what a manufacturing career could look like. And I think Deepshika also spoke about the fact that outreach to parents, talking to families, bringing them to our plants, showing them how wonderful, how wonderfully we can take care of the girls and offer them a career. So coming back to leaders here, I think our expectation is that leaders have to own these kind of initiatives. So all our leaders sponsor, champion some of these community initiatives, and therefore really role model, our determination on making a change here. And it's not just through committing resources, but committing their personal time. So our plant leaders, our business leaders, they commit their personal time going out to these colleges, speaking to students, and opening up our our plants, our factories, to invite students to experience what it is like to build a career here. So I would just summarize by saying that for our leaders, important to state their goals. Secondly, through Wipro leaders' qualities, they get measured, assessed periodically on whether they're demonstrating inclusive leadership behaviors. And third is going a step beyond, not just thinking about us as an organization, but as a responsible member of society, community, what is that thing that I will do to move the needle in the right direction?
Thank you. Kashi, over to you. My next question. How do you personally stay accountable for the D&I goals in the business or the function unit you are in?
Beyond the goals, I want to just share with you what my efforts are currently on in terms of building an inclusive mindset. And I think it starts with yourself first. So I'll just give you a small example to state that. I'm a man and all of them are women, all of us, yeah? So the biggest problem in inclusion is we start looking at, and bias, inclusion from a bias perspective. The biggest problem why we all have biases is because I see them as them and me as me. So it is me versus them or me and them, Now, and I can actually state 100 differences which could be there. Now I want to remove the bias in my mind. And the first thing I do is I start looking at what are the similarities between me and them. And I form a third group of which all of us have something in common. In this particular case, what could be the common thing between all of us? Maybe, sorry? HR, we are all HR. Probably we are all ICMA members, or we have a common goal to ensure that our industry succeeds. That could be. So my third kinship group, I call it kinship groups, and these are called kinship groups. I create a third kinship group in my mind, which is ICMA members of construction equipment industry HR, and that's where I see commonality. And then the biases will automatically start disappearing. It's just like you have a dog lover and a cat lover. The dog lover says, I hate cats. Cat lover says, I hate dogs. But what they have in common? They are both pet lovers or animal lovers, and that's where they create a kinship group. So my effort, both first within myself and then subsequently within the organization, and which is where I put certain targets for myself, is how can I create more and more of these kinship groups? And in my team, we have young people who have just entered my department. There are people who are 15, 20 years in the department. I need to create. So therefore, I create certain common objectives which are there, make them part of teams which are having certain common objectives. And then gradually those biases that people might have, that old timers versus new timers and all these type of biases will slowly come down. Same is it at an organizational level, have some organization common goals which people could be members of and things like that. Even at my senior leadership level, we are trying to have these things. For example, when we create our plan this year, the plan for next 5 years, we ensured that some younger members are part of the organization, part of the decision making. By doing that, they both are working towards a common group, which is to create a 5-year plan. And that way, the young and the older generation biases which are there, they also get minimized. So that's my first attempt. My second attempt is to ensure that my prescriptive biases come down. I'll just give you an example. There is, just for hypothetical name, there is Harsh and there is Deepa in my team. And in front of Harsh and Deepa, I'm saying that, look, my wife was in a very senior position in XYZ company, and she took a break because I feel that managing home and office is very, very difficult. Now, what am I indicating to both Harsh and Deepa in this case? I'm telling Harsh and Deepa that my wife has taken a break because she was in a very good position, managing work and children and other things, very difficult. So what am I imposing on both of them? It's my prescriptive bias. I'm biased saying that, look, women possibly have to choose between work and life. They can't do both, and that's my deep bias which I'm sort of prescribing. Such language which we use is what is the bias that comes out. And I'm trying to personally reduce these type of bias. Every time I try to make a statement like this, so all of these are my attempts to remove the biases that I possess. The organization is also at various levels trying to bring in inclusive sort of mindset and trying to reduce these biases, the targets of which I carry. For example, we have a induct as one of the pillars. We call these 4 pillars. Induct is where I have to hire people from the industry. So I have certain targets. We have taken 2 areas. We have taken physical disability as well as gender diversity as 2 areas. And we are trying to see if we could build and recruit people in these phases. And all of us have targets. My target is to become 5%. In my organization, we are 2.5%, nearing 3% at this stage. I have to become 5% in the next 5 years. Looks easy on paper, but difficult when you have to implement. That's my target as far as induct is concerned. We have to try at least one area where we could have some physical disability as some area where we could experiment with that area. And I think we are sort of coming closer. One of my business units has already done it, and we are trying to do that. The next is develop. Today, if you see at the base, we have women joining from GETs and JETs, etc. We have women joining. But as you go higher and higher, they drop out at some stage. My role is to ensure that the women we need to develop them into leadership positions. We have various programs which are there, and my target is to ensure that the women get into those right programs. Engage is the 3rd area which is there. When I talk about engagement, it's all the things that we do to ensure that women are retained within the organization and they go on to, and at Engage is where I talk about role models, I talk about self-supporting groups. Between women, they need to support themselves. Self-supporting groups is what I talk about. All of those are our efforts in the engagement area. I carry certain targets on retention of critical women, so that's the other thing. And the last is enable, where we need to, although this is done at the corporate level in terms of policies, etc., which enable women to, women or any diversity group to continue in its journey. But and these policies, we give recommendations from our side. Many of my, some of our recommendations are based on the industry that I represent. So we give, and then corporate makes those policies. I think all of these, we carry targets, and that's my personal as well as my organizational related commitment towards DNI.
Thanks, Kashi. Deepshika, if I was to ask you, what is that one DNI matrix that you personally care about or track the most, and why?
Okay. It is basically the number of women, or I would say percentage of women at each level in the organization. Because if you are tracking that particular metrics, you will understand which is that level where women exits the organization the most. And this also helps us in taking various preventive measures and the engagement measures that we take for their retention in the organization. Suppose, like I have in my organization currently, on shop floor, women at around average age of 24, 25 years, okay? So they are going to get married. Whereas in my, if I say white collared, the average age is somewhere hovers around 33, 34. So what we are seeing on the shop floor, we are seeing more and more women getting married. So what kind of sessions, orientation sessions that we conduct for them is very, very important. How to manage their personal life as well as their professional life. We have seen women taking stance that I'll get married only after I get a person or a boy who will like give me equal opportunity to work in the organization. It's not like I'll get married and I'll leave the organization. And thus we see more and more women getting married at later stage. Whereas if I see in the white collared, where the average age hovers around 32, 33, so the kind of issues that we see is, again, they are planning family, so they need support around that. So we provide them support in form of, like, even after 6 months, if they want to stay on leave or they need sabbatical, So those sabbaticals are granted to women professionals, and definitely wherever the issue is, who will work when they are not there in the workforce, those are being addressed by temp resource that we have in the organization that are onboarded to meet this skill gap. So I say one particular KPI that we monitor is percentage of women across the levels in the organization.
Yeah, because I think when you start looking at percentage across organizations, you'll get a different picture vis-a-vis if you start looking at in totality. And the more higher you go up, you'll see that the percentage coming down, and that's why more and more leaders are concerned that what we can do to bring them back. And I think a lot is changing, a lot will change. As I said, the change has to be at home and office, both, and with our peers and everything. And I think we all are going in the right direction, is what I would say.
And just, Deepika, to add to that point, because you have mentioned it a couple of times, there's a book called Invisible Woman where they talk, we are there in the workforce, but we are not seen. I'll give you a simple example. When we were all sitting here in this room, we were all feeling very cold, especially the women professionals sitting out there here. Reason being, the AC has been attuned to male, not to the women. And that is one of the reasons we were all feeling very chilled. And we were all talking to each other. See, your hand is like freezing. So we are being treated as invisible currently in the workforce, no matter what we say. And we have to start by talking about it.
Adding to that, the moment we became more visible and started sitting on the stage, I was literally shivering. They've switched off the AC. Okay, Gunjan, with that, can you share some specific D&I policies or programs in your organization which you have rolled out, and where and how would you really say they have had a measurable impact?
See, in terms of policies, it should be a way of life which we are trying to adopt in our organization. I spoke to you about the ERGs, which we are already working. There are 4 different ERGs. And with time, looking after the areas where we need more diversity, we're going to start them. Another thing which we observed is that the women's in the leadership positions, we are a little short on the percentage. For APAC, CNH, we are at around 10%. For India, we are at 6% right now. So we are, having certain development programs for them to develop the women's, into the professional band so they can come up to the manager level and get onto the leadership boards. So that's the idea. We have started under our iGlow program of the ERG. Apart from that, we also have, as Shalabh spoke to you about Microsoft Glint and also the GPTW, these are certain engagement surveys, where we keep checking the pulse of the organization on quarterly basis. I'll say even not quarter, in 2 months we have this survey of Glint, which gives us an idea that how's the feeling of the employees going, not only for the female employees. Right now the focus is going more towards the Gen Z group. Right now we are standing at an 11% as an organization, which is still not that bad, I see, for us. So, and another thing which I also keep listening from my leaders is, if I talk about primarily the women's and the females which are missing, also needs to come to a state of getting more flexible, and I'll say more adaptable to take the challenges and roles if they want to be in the leadership group, I'll say. Right? So that is missing, to come out of the comfort zone, because our industry will not give you that comfort. Right? We are the people who are on the grounds. So you need to have a change of mindset, and we need to be more flexible to take different job rotations to come to a leaderboard as a woman, what I feel. Apart from that, we also have multiple trainings which are mandatory, like unconscious biasness, which was being asked by Deloitte. On equity, we have a culture to speak up. Right? So we are having very strong compliance on board. So these are the different areas which is mandate in nature, which also creates a good working environment and culture for us in the organization. As I said, on the hiring side, we are not defined any percentage yet, because we are focusing on the departments where we can have more diversity on the female side. So that's the different things which we are already doing as an organization in CNH, which is helping us to continue and sustain on this particular engagement and culture section.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So before we end, can we play that video which Kashi has shared, which is like a 1-minute video?
Factory? No. No. Chocolate? Machines, trucks, robots. Powerful man. Tall man. Strong man. Big man. Huh?
Time we have some biases, you can just remember this video.
Thank you so much, Shweta, Mandira, Kashi, Deepshika, and Gunjan for being part of this panel. It was really amazing. Thank you so much.
So Umesh Hota to join us on the stage and present the mementos to all our speakers. Thank you everyone for joining us for this panel discussion too. And without your support, it would not have been possible for us to organize such kind of discussion, and most of them are our panel members. Now, with this, we move to our last discussion of the day. So we have some insights from the industry leaders on human capital development, management, and engagement. We will have some case presentations. We will have some technology. We will have some solution providers showcasing their latest technologies as well. I invite Yagesh Singhania, who is the director of Deloitte India, to come on the stage, please. Mr. Saurabh Devra, co-founder and CEO, Advantage Club AI, please join us on the stage, sir. Mr. Amit Singhal, Chief Human Resource Officer and General Affairs at Scott's Kubota Limited. Dr. Rajiv Sinha, Head Business Excellence and Digital Learning, Corporate HR, Larsen & Toubro. Dr. Natwar Kadil, AVP and Vertical Head, HR People Strategy, Hyundai Motor India.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Tarun. So, thank you so much, panel members, for taking out time and joining. I understand this is the last session, but quickly, I won't spend much time, but just set a context in terms of why we are doing this session and how we kind of planned it. So if you see, during the entire day, we heard a lot of concepts, a lot of things that we can do, a lot of things we can go back and learn from other industries as well. This session, largely what we are focusing on, rather than theories, let's look at practical examples as well. We have industry stalwarts representing different industries. We have Natwar from Hyundai. We have Mr. Amit from Escorts Kubota. We have Mr. Rajiv from L&T. And of course, Mr. Saurabh, who's the co-founder for Advantage Club from a technology perspective as well. So the intent largely is to look at practical examples as well, where things from a human capital perspective, things that we are recommending, things that we see our advantage has already been implemented. And we can learn, as CE industry, we can learn a lot from that as well. With that, we have brief presentations from each one of them. And at the end, we'll have a round of Q&A. But with that, I would like to invite Mr. Amit, if you want to go ahead first and showcase the case study, please. Yes. Can we have the presentation from Escorts Kubota Limited, please?
Hi, good evening. I'm not sure. This is the last session, so half of the room is empty. I hope by the end of this session, we will still have few people sitting.
So you can see the slides over there.
Okay. Yeah, I can see the slides. And will you help me change it, or you want me to change it?
Perfect. Thank you so much, Amit. In fact, I think we can say that while the video and the slides had a brain of its own, maybe the video speaks 1,000 words kind of a thing. But one thing that I can definitely say, you know, as Deloitte and of course partnering very closely for the past 6-7 years, in our experience, Escorts Kubota Limited integration was, I think, one of the most successful stories in terms of seamless integration, which was outcome oriented and time bound. And within 2-3 years from a seamless business operations continuing, and also from a cultural integration perspective, the Indo-Japan cultural integration, which was always a challenge. But I think how that went, I think it's one of the very successful stories from a integration perspective. But thank you so much for helping us. And I'm sure from a CE industry perspective, we have a lot of global organizations as well, and culture definitely is one of the issues that always comes up from an integration perspective. With that, I would pass it on to Mr. Rajiv Sinha, who's Head Business Excellence Digital Learning for L&T, and we'll see some best practices from human capital development from L&T. So, yeah, I would request the presentation from L&T as well.
Good evening. So there is some lag. Yes. Okay. So as session is on the insights and then the best practices, and since morning so many speakers after speakers is talking about the technology, so I thought to present that how we are using technology, or how L&T is using technology in learning and development, and I represent that space for the digital learning. So tech-enabled learning development solution. Okay. My voice is not coming. Actually, from here, that screen is not fully visible. Okay. So ATL Varsity, as you say, this is the logo which you are seeing. ATL is the original brand of the digital learning platform which L&T has started way back in 2006. It is 18 years old initiative in L&T. So that itself talks about that how much technology is used in L&T for the learning and development. So ATL stands for Anytime Learning. Slowly it has grown. It has its own evolution cycle. And now we call it as ATL and Varsity. Basically, university word is slightly tweaked to make it ATL Varsity. And why we call it Varsity or university is that it is not an offering of some courses. It provides entire solution. Like in any university, if you go, what they teach you, there is a mechanical engineering department, there will be a humanities department, there will be civil engineering department. For everyone, something is there depending upon the need of that particular cohort or that particular class. And that's why here entire ATL is about that. So many offerings meeting to the various strata of the people, various strata of the employees who need that. This slide is broad. I will cover that L&T, the entire learning ecosystem. We have the 3 archetypes, we call it internally. L&T is predominantly a project management company, an infrastructure. So for us, project management is a very crucial crucial skill. So there is a project leadership archetype. There is a business leadership. These are the people who are responsible for P&L and all those stuff, business stuff. And there is a technical, ultimately L&T is about technology also, the technical leadership. Not going into that detail, but the point is the bottom is that as you see that ATL Varsity cut across all these archetypes and provide the solution for each archetype as per the need. And this is the entire words, the ATL varsity, the universe which we call, or university we call ATL varsity. If you see, there is at the top, actually the top circle, if you see that, the courses are, this entire thing is supported by multiple vendors, multiple knowledge providers, as well as our internal own course developed, in-house experts who are developing courses for us. We have coaches also for the, so it is a combination of in-house stuff as well as the external stuff which we are either buying or we are telling them to develop for us. And that's how this ATL varsity is there. If you see from the top, competency development program, I will quickly cover seeing the time. The L&T has its own competency framework. I am sure many organizations has these kind of things. But what we have also done is that for each competency, courses are curated. So let us say something called result orientation is one competency, or decision making is one competency. For each cadre of the people, there are competency framework. So we have curated the course, especially maybe 10 hours of the course, 12 hours, 15 hours, depending upon the topic. And those courses are assigned to those people who belongs to that particular cadre. Because in L&T, that competencies belongs to, these are the behavioral competency I am talking, belongs to a cadre. So the entire cadre, actually you see that S&E cadre, we call it tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, that way. But the courses are curated like that. We have formed academy, multiple academy, which is more role-based. So like you will find that Digital Transformation Academy, you will find Quality Academy, you will find EHS Academy, ESG Academy. So here basically what is happening, it is a blend of the program, online versus online plus offline course, which ultimately certifies people for, like, you are a certified quality engineer or you are a certified safety professional, something like that. So courses are curated, and then again, based on the role, people are assigned or called for the program. There are long journey programs, like first time manager programs. There is with the help of Harvard, we have like 1 year long equivalent to MBA, online MBA program in-house. Then of course there are compliance programs which is mandatory for everyone, POSH and code of conduct and those kind of programs. Bottom, if you see that simulation, we are using many number of simulations, especially on the behavioral topic, like emotional intelligence. We are providing a safe space where people are practicing those. These are the small simulations, maybe 15 minutes, 20 minutes, those kind of things. But it gives people to practice in a simulated environment. So simulation is one way. Coaching and mentoring, a lot of virtual coaches are available because of this GenAI technology. A lot of coaching, virtual coaches are available, which we are putting multiple difficult conversation people can practice before going. Suppose you have to go to a vendor for negotiation. Before that, you can actually practice them 3-4 times. Different persona of customers are there. Different persona of vendors are there. Tough customer, easy customer, submissive kind of person, all kind of, basically you can choose those virtual avatars and you can practice. So the coaching and mentoring is one piece which ATL Varsity is providing. There are expert corner. There are the leaders or webinars or boot camps, those kind of things where experts are talking. This is more or less equivalent to VILT, I will say, where internal as well as external experts are there. Then there is a research. So we have a library of, like, we have thousands plus journals and are basically subscribed, which is again available for people who are more research oriented. Then many competitions also we do. So this is the entire bouquet, we will say, entire the university, which is the online university, and it is meeting the needs and requirements of each and every section of the employees. GenAI I have especially I have taken out because lot of now talk is going on how GenAI is going to help us or how it is helping, especially L&D professional, I mean to say. How we are using GenAI. In earlier session, some speaker was telling that productivity is the core or the root for the HR professional. And GenAI is how it is helping us in improving the productivity. So there are three, broadly at L&T, broadly in the three sections we are using the GenAI technology. Content development. For any L&D professional, actually training content development is a very important activity. And this is the instructional design, which used to take around 3 to 4 weeks of time. Because of this technology, it is the matters of actually few days only, 2 or 3 days, you can develop entire instructional design, the outline of the program, the learning objectives, etc., etc., within 2-3 days. So the huge improvement in the productivity we are finding, and it speeds up the entire course development. Auto curation of course. Again, the curation of course from the thousands of the books, thousands of the e-learning courses is a big job actually. But now because of this technology, we are very fast, we are able to curate the course. In fact, we have built People Leaders of Academy entirely curated by the GenAI technology. So almost 25 hours of the course material is curated within a matter of one week. And this People Leadership Academy, which is another framework we have on that. So huge productivity improvement. Video creation, it is another interesting use case where raw inputs we are giving, like the PDF files, the PPTs, the Word file, and then GenAI is helping us in developing the video content. Bots which are automating the process of the quiz creation, assessment creation, all those kind of stuff. So the first block is the content development. GenAI is helping us a lot and also in a very productive manner. Personalization is another part. It is helping us in hyper-personalized. I can very targeted actually intervention I can design based on the competency gap or the gap analysis or any type of report. I can put any report into the system, whether it is the Hogan assessment or it is the DISC assessment, and it will give me the recommendation or recommended courses for that person, IDP. And coaching, I just talked conversation because of GenAI is about conversation. It helps us in the conversation, generating the responses. So this, I just talked about practicing difficult conversation. Multiple avatars are there which helps any employee to go and practice those things. And then assessment of areas. So coaching. So this is a broad 3 area where we are using GenAI technology a lot. 22 seconds is still left, so this is the last slide. Thank you. Thanks for all your attention.
Thank you so much, Rajiv. I think personally very interested to see the entire platform and a lot of In fact, one interesting thing that comes out, we were doing a research in manufacturing industries in the last 3 years. In the HR team, the maximum hiring and the open vacancies are in L&D and talent management. And also the budgets have increased by almost 68 to 69%, whatever the base was for respective industries. So yeah, we see that talent management development will continue to be the focus area across industries. And I think having a personalized, having an in-house all value chain solution from design to assessment to development, I think is a very good part of that as well. Perfect. With that, we'll move on to Dr. Natwa Kadil, who is the vertical head and heading HR for Hyundai Motor India. And we'd love to hear from him in terms of their journey to becoming a role-based organization. We can have the slides for Hyundai.
Very good evening. It's close to evening now, and I know that it's full of being knowledge flowing. So I would definitely not take a time and keep it short, precise, and brief. Well, thank you so much, ICMA, for inviting us to present you a case study for us. And as my moderator said, please ensure to sell Deloitte partnered with you. So thank you for all the partners you've been doing with us. Well, I'll take you to insights of what we are, but well, the brand defines from where we are from, so I will not take of time to talk about Hyundai. We'll go on next of, that's where we have grown. We have grown from 1998 to 2025 today, and we continue to grow with 2 plants in Chennai and another plant coming up in Pune. But what I'm here to talk about is not the growth of what we have already proved. It is about the changes what our industry is witnessing. It's a paradigm scale of change, of flip turn, precisely how business is done in just a decade back, or probably 5 years before, and a story of today. So when the business model is changing, it's very important and it's very crucial for human capital framework to integrate itself in ensuring that the business changes where you be right ahead of the curve and enable the business change. And that sets the trend for us to become a completely transformation framework, which we have put together, designed it, how we would probably bring in, achieve 1 million sales given the revenue targets. But what is worth very important is how this entire human capital framework would integrate with the business and facilitate what it needs to be tomorrow. So whenever we bring change, one of the most important part is we look to change in an isolation. And that isolation doesn't work. It doesn't give you an impact. And that's what we have done, partnered with Deloitte, that the framework, what you see on the screen, it's one, we have changed the job architecture design, which is the role-based organizations. So story doesn't end here. So you change, you groove into a role-based organizations. So what's next? You got to integrate everything and anything. It has to be a perfect marriage. So this what it talks about. So when you bring up the role-based organizations, you will not be able to sustain. So once you got to integrate that with your organization level, we HR are very, very handsome to create the problems, solve the problems, and turn into business propositions. And we've been doing that for ages. It's very important that when we talk, we walk the talk, we make that integrated with our actions. So it's very, very important that it's gone the time when we look at hierarchical organizations. We actually talk, but we are very proud of our own titles. So the first thing is to shed off those hierarchical titles, make the organization lean, nimble, and it has to serve its purpose. So it's very important that not just your hierarchical, your organization should also reflect to the businesses what you want. So the entire design has to completely be in tandem with the business. And moving on to next is the capability architecture. While you have the organizations, your hierarchy, your roles, your structure, what's very important, you're building that capability across the organizations from behavioral, technical, functional, and future academy oriented. Would not go time on it because this very clearly explains, but what is more important is how do you take it up next? When you have built that capability, how are you going to take up the journey next? Because every individual in your organization is going to join, want to see the vision, what is in for him or her. And that's where you really need to bring. And we typically, largely Indian organization, predominantly have grown people in the promotion ratio of 3 years, 4 years, building the right expectations, which means we create an organizations in so-called pyramid, but it doesn't turn to be a pyramid. We actually make it a completely the word is happing the entire build of how it turns. The pyramid turns to circle, for circle to what all shape we want. It's very important that you've got to regulate that, you've got to tell this, what's your role worth, and design the career progression. It's extremely difficult because the needle would be at you too. And the last important, and link entire thing with the performance reward, because that's where the most critical is. You've got to reward people according to the role, what you do. So we've integrated the entire thing with the role-based organization. Well, that we named it as Project Phoenix. We did it in a very organic way of doing it one by one. We started with the seeds in 2022. We did large scale in 2023. We implemented it, and then we integrated with all the entire human capital framework, which means, so building our idea for 2025 is extremely clear. We are setting up the stage that we don't want just be comparison to Indian auto industry or Indian best in class, but also looking at global best players and setting up the standards, which is looking at the way forward human capital practices for next 5 years. Moving on to next is most important part is building strong foundations. So whatever you do, whatever changeover you do, it's very important that you create a next strong foundations. So irrespective of the business falls, your human capital spine stands up and plays the role that it doesn't let the business falls in any given situations. Irrespective of the crisis, you build that resilience in the organization, so it makes this foundation so strong, is able to be flexible and able to blend with the changing scenario. The last is continue to you. Nothing would stop. Today, what you are at the best, you would not be the best in tomorrow. So you'll have to keep recycle yourself to understand. You have to be aligned with the changing environment, scenario, generation, as the case may be. The story is very simple. You may have extremely good knowledge, right? Deloitte would bring it on your table. But what is more important is you got to pick it up. What suits your organizations? How are you going to tailor to your organization growth? and how are you going to sustain and scale it up? That's a very simple thing. With that, I would not go forward. We've been there. I'm sure you would also go through and look at it. We've been the fastest in implementing the role-based organizations, close to about a window, about 9 months from 0 to 100, completely smoothly integrated with absolutely zero voice. So that talks about the level of effort which we have gone into. Well, just simple things to say that no change can be done individually. You will have to be very collaborative. You will have to ensure that every stakeholder is along with you. But the effort, what you need to take it up with them is to tell them a story that how the vision looks at and how this vision will change them. Because in every story, you need to ensure that they have a role to play. With that, I would not take it further. With that, I'll try to pause as early as can. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Natwar. In fact, yeah, like personally, we have been very involved in this journey for Hyundai Motor, and one thing that has definitely stood out, and and I'll be slightly candid over here. We have done a lot of transformation exercises, whether it is role-based or from a capability perspective. And the biggest challenge as consultants or external body feels that we have to stop at a particular time. There has to be sustenance going forward, and any external consultants cannot do that after a point. And the kind of rigor, the kind of seriousness to the topic that was continued post, let's say, implementation, just honestly reducing number of grades or changing titles do not create a role-based organization. There's a lot more that has to go into it from a recruitment, from a career progression, from a capability lens, which has to be an ongoing thing. So I think that thing has definitely worked very well, and few things that companies who want to or are in stages of implementing role-based learning organization can definitely learn some of the best practices. With that, we'll move on to Mr. Saurav, and Mr. Saurav brings on a different lens now, right? We have heard a lot about companies and implementing different practices. Mr. Saurav here is the co-founder and CEO of Advantage Club AI. So we thought it's good to see from a platform perspective and a solution provider perspective as well, how can we collaborate in making sure some of these best practices can also be implemented seamlessly. With that, Saurav, over to you, and can we have the presentation from AdvantageClub.ai, please?
Sure. First of all, thank you, Yogesh, for the kind introduction. And thank you, everyone, for staying back. I know I'm the last in the presentation slot and standing in between the way of going home. So I'll try to make it meaningful for you so that you find value here. So today we are going to talk about employee experience as well as AI. And by my background, I'm an AI engineer, did my master's from UCLA back in 2010. So we'll start this session a little differently. So I'm going to give you certain scenarios, and you have to guess what type of AI is it. We have all heard about the Gen AI, agentic AI, the AI is taking over the world, but AI has been around us since almost now, I think more than 40 years, 30 years, with very intrusive since last 10, 12 years. So we'll give you some scenarios, you have to guess what it is. Okay, so first one. Our platform reminds managers about employee birthdays and work anniversary, ensuring timely greetings. Which technology powers this feature? Is it automation, machine learning, Gen AI, or agentic AI? Brilliant, brilliant. We have a very smart audience here. So let's move on. A tool analyzes employee behavior patterns, predicts burnout risk, and provide proactive recommendation. What type of AI enables this? Any guesses? I think we have mixed voices. The people who said data mining is correct. So if it's only predicting, then essentially it is data mining. If it also goes and act on multiple workflows, identify what should be done, then this could be essentially agentic. Otherwise, by default, this will qualify more as a data mining. Now, a reward platform allows employees to redeem their points by simply saying, redeem my points on Amazon. What is this? Great, we have few voices, but they're absolutely right. This is what agentic AI does. Like the classic example of agentic AI, like the oldest agentic AI that we all would have seen around us would be essentially Siri, Echo, all of those devices that we have, or Alexa, which does actions for you. That's agentic AI for you, which is doing more than just listening to voices. Now moving on to the next one, our digital recognition system dynamically assigns different reward based on employees' tenure, contribution history, and peer feedback. What technology would that be? This will fall into automation because it's just doing a rule-based system. So I'll move from questions. I'll skip the next two in interest of time and move towards other part of the presentation. So I think even in these industries now, when I talk to a lot of industry leader, and luckily we get a chance to work with some of you and hopefully with others as well. So what the age generation gap is very clear, and we have all the baby boomers mostly on top, then we have the Gen Zs coming in the industry. So it's very interesting to understand how they behave versus the needs according to Maslow's hierarchy of need. It's actually very scientific. So let me go one after another. So the first generation, which is still working in most of the scenario, is baby boomers. They're typically, as leaders in the organization, they started working for survival, which is the most basic need for a Maslow hierarchy of need. And this is a generation which respects the work the most because they effectively work for roti, kapda, and makan, bare essentials, and they have a lot of respect for that. Next generation came Gen X. For them, while they were picking companies, security became a very important parameter. I know a lot of people here, all the experts, they talk about how they support people beyond the working, during retirement, what is their employee-friendly layoff policy. So that's something Gen X cares the most about. This is an era where a lot of companies who provided it became heroes of employment. Then came millennials, where I also belong to, and we care a lot about belongingness. So as millennials, we care about whether my voice is heard or not, whether I'm able to make a meaningful contribute or not. Do I know exactly what is happening in the organization and my product as well? Now came the fun generation, Gen Z, which is very different from everything that we have seen till now, because this is a generation for whom belongingness, security, survival is kind of given. They don't need to completely rely on their earnings because their parents have done the deed. There are alternate employment options today with all the Instagram celebrities, YouTube celebrities. So this as a generation care a lot about importance. So they want to be recognized for doing their work. They want to be paid incentives for doing and going above and beyond. And a lot of time it is very hard, especially for baby boomers, to understand that why should you thank anyone for doing their job if they have not gone beyond? But this is a generation which needs it, and a lot of it would be also visible at home. Like a lot of us have seen Gen Zs in our home as kids. If you look at a Gen Z's life cycle, they have 4 graduation ceremony before a real one. Like versus a millennial like me, I had one, which was my UCLA graduation, and both my parents didn't decide to show up for that. They said, paisa diya, admission hua, you're not dumb, you will pass. What's the big deal in it? Why are you making us to travel to US to celebrate that? Let's celebrate something more meaningful. So this is the generation. The next generation, Alpha, and also younger Gen Zs, you are seeing that people are now probably going to look for self-actualization, where they will come to job to fulfill the purpose of their life and not just earn money. So as the world is moving towards that, I think a lot of organizations already have a bigger purpose than what they are doing in terms of products. It's more important that we start communicating through that. Until the time that becomes a norm, hopefully we can live by giving awards. Now on this line, we have created a hard framework on which we work with a lot of organizations to cover all the aspects of employee experience, starting from health, engage, acknowledge, recognize to thrive. So these are the 5 parameters that we believe every organization should cover to really have the heart of employees at the job. First is health. I know everyone in industrial is very big in health in general. What we believe is that your health program should include healthy habit formations. We aid with that, whether you're talking about stepathons or other things, to creating flexible solutions around wellness. I know health checkups are mandatory, but beyond that, whatever you spend on the employee, our thesis is that you should not spend blanketly on a particular program, but you should allow the employees to choose beyond what is mandated so that they can pick things according to their preferences, according all the 4 pillars of well-being, starting from physical, spiritual, mental, social, and family. These are actually 5 now. And on the engage, same thing, flexible benefits can take you very far if you get that right. Because as an HR leader, I don't think you should make choice. You should be put in a position to choose for 1,000 people, 10,000 people, hopefully never for 100,000 people, a choice that they will all go for. Then another important part, especially for a lot of younger folks, is also the moments that matter to them. Like, again, if I go back to the Gen Z or millennial folks, birthdays are an important milestone while we all celebrate work anniversaries. But when I look at Ikara's generation, like my father, he doesn't care about his birthdays. For me, birthday is a one-day affair. But for the Gen Z, it's not birthday, it's birth week. And it's very important that you are part of that. You cannot miss it, essentially. If you don't become part of it, then you're missing an important part of their life. Now, it's very important that everyone in the organization, I don't know of any organization which doesn't have target-led incentives, either for their own employees or distributors. But what we have seen as a gap today, and this is something me and Yagesh were also talking offline, is that this is mostly non-digitized. So if you go and talk to an average salesperson or an average distributor, they don't know what is the incentive they're going to get at the end of the quarter, in the middle of the quarter. And that's a big gap. So it's very important that you digitize this entire journey. And what we have done with some of the organizations is that we've also created nudge engines for them. So suppose someone is about to hit the target, someone is about to miss target, we send them nudges accordingly, which actually boosts your sales goals eventually, both for your internal employees and also your distributors, channel partners, and others. I think this is an area where we'll see a lot of adoption in this country, especially in these sectors. Then, of course, culture-based recognition is your bread and butter for any recognition program. We have luckily worked with a lot of you folks like L&T, CNH Industrial, and a lot of other people, Tata Power, where we also got a chance to run rewards and recognition for organizations which are based on culture, beyond performance as well. And the 4 key tenets is to have a good policy. Secondly, use personalization. Third, make it more real-time, and also make it more social. I'll conclude this presentation after this with a case study. So it's also very important to create a Thrive setup where people can connect on things of common interest. And that's something, especially when people are off-site, they are not in the main cities like Delhi, Bombay, or Bangalore, or Pune, or Hyderabad, Chennai. It's very important that people are able to connect with each other after work, because a lot of younger folks do care about that. And relocation will become a less of a problem if you have a thriving culture there. I'll just close this presentation with a case study since I'm almost out of time. So we got a chance to work with CNH around since now 4 years. And before we came into the picture, a lot of awarding and everything, the policies were already in place, but they were happening manually. And we were able to deploy spot awards, LSA, and peer-to-peer recognition digitally for them. And numbers are amazing. Like in an employee strength of 2,500, in last 1 year, we shot 2,300 awards. 92% redemption rate on the 6 million budget that they allocated. It's almost unheard in this industry to get there, but luckily we have been able to achieve that by the management support and also by making everything more mobile, integrated WhatsApp and other things. So on this, I'll close the presentation, and thank you everyone for your time.
Thank you so much, Saurav, and absolutely, I think we have seen a high adoption rate, and I don't want to say it, but will be the reality in terms of collaboration with technology platforms. With that, I think we try to manage some of the time from an ending perspective, but thank you so much, panel members, for effectively giving those case studies. What I'll do, I'll just quickly, if there is any question from the audience, because they had a lot of interesting case studies, please, ma'am. We'll take probably a couple of questions. Yes, 2 questions then.
Shalabh. So not in question, I wanted to thanks to Saurabh to represent your offerings here. And they are really doing a very good job for us, on the digitalization. So they're one of the partners. you would have seen the Rise and Shine portal. So it's a portal where we give an immediate spot awards to the people, and that has been nominated by anyone, like not only by the managers, any employee can recognize cross-functionally to any other employee. With that, it comes to an approval to an HR. We have an allocated budget, and I think we are utilizing 90% plus, which is news to me as well across entities. Lovely to see that. And once we approve, it gets recognized immediately. They get in dedicated points, which they can use. It's like in money only, and different points, and they can use on the Advantage Club portal, which is linked to multiple shopping sites. You know, you can book a flight also with it. Right, so that's how we are using them, and we also include the long service awards, the birthdays, which comes on that portal. So it's been 4 years, and I think they shows a way that how HR is getting digital with time. So I wanted to thank to Saurabh taking the moment here.
Thanks a lot. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, Shalabh.
Okay, I have a question for Natwar. When you changed, I mean, the role-based organization, collapsing 15, 17 odd layers to 7 bands, did you see a spike in the attrition during that period, the period of uncertainty? How did the employees really take that?
I'll go. Am I audible? Huh? Yeah. Okay. We're the least in attrition in the auto industry, post-implementation, and continue to be.
During implementation?
We're still the least. So I'll come back to it. It's never been an easy journey. So when you implement any change, having said that, it's very important that before we could go ahead, invite our knowledge partner in probably initiating the actions, we went across the organization, meeting all levels, all leaders, some of the selective employees too, go up and sold the story of why it's important that we need to change. And this change is not going to be easy. It's important that we have an invitation and stakeholders' opinion from all of you. So we did that for 2 months. We spent most time in planning it, not in executing it. We ensured that when we implement it, we have zero noise, smooth changeover, and absolutely satisfactions. But I also want to be fact to bring to your table that any change, 100% of your employees are not going to buy it. But it's very important that whatever you do it, you have the maximum site standing with you. And that's what we did it. So it's more time spent on planning, more time in selling the stories, and also being committed to what we have said in the start, right? You will find when you implement a role-based organization, you will find your 25% of the workforce being overpaid. Now you can't tell them that your story is over. You will have to find another way, or you will have to go down. You will have to accept, evolve, find ways to enhance their roles, or possibly grandfather them. So any change should not be impacted. But at the same time, you can't keep buying a time that I would not implement it. So sometimes the change has to be razor shaft, but sometimes you'll have to play around and see which area you have to be soft, which area you have to be hard enough. So for example, when we implemented, we immediately implemented the career progression as well. So while we could have taken a time, but we did that because every step I do wrong, I'm probably inviting more number of OPEC, which I really want to do it. So more emphasis on communication and collaboration is the key. It's tough. They're not going to buy your point, but somewhere you have to sell that story in a way that they find themselves somewhere taken care. That's.
In fact, I can add, I think we remember doing almost 350, 360 plus meetings just for a socialization perspective before starting the journey. So by the time, we started, we could hear the sense that everybody kind of knew that is going to happen. So those small things, I think, really helps in any transformation journey. But thankfully, attrition was pretty much controlled. But yeah, Deepshika, you have a question.
Yeah, I have a question from Saurabh. Saurabh, you talked about Maslow's hierarchy, and then you linked it with different generations, right? And somewhere it mentioned that Gen X is the generation which was looking for security, not the Gen Z and all, because their parents are more affluent for Gen Y and Gen Z. My question to you is 50% of India's population is struggling, okay, with their income. Okay, so they are in the survival mode. So when we are talking about this generation and their motivation factor, are we also keeping in mind the strata of the society that they are coming from? Because 50% of this population, when their children grow, they are actually, though they belong to that, maybe they are 2011, 12 born, that is Gen Alpha, but they are coming from this family that are not well-to-do. They are still looking for security. So any such analysis has been done, and if it is, I would request you to share.
Sure. Thank you for this question. Yeah, so I'm aligned with you that unless someone has the financial backing, they would care about that. Ultimately, roti, kapda, makan takes precedence over everything else. But just what changes here is that, like, when you're looking at Gen X generation versus Gen Z, the ability even today, like if you look at, say, YouTube stars or Instagram stars, a lot of them earn way more than what a lot of us will also earn in this setup. And they don't need to come from affluent background. And there are like a plethora of stars built around that. So it's just that as a generation, as the new generation, beyond the job as well, they have a lot of alternate ways of working, because of which they are little more okay being more unstable than what previous generation would be. Because as a earlier generations, we only had the job as a way to earn. We did not have a gig economy. That was very, very weak. In fact, that was completely looked down upon. Now it's okay to be a consultant. It's okay to be an influencer. And a lot of people have arisen from very low background to very high salary by doing all of this as well. And that's why typically you will see that, I'm not saying not everyone cares about security. Security everybody still cares about. But just that there are alternate ways in which this doesn't remain the number one requirement for people, because there are alternate ways, plus also there are a lot of orgs to work with as well. Like the switching for any employee is actually not that hard if they're good at their job. So that's our general take on that.
Perfect. With that, I think we'll end the session and close it with the closing session. But thank you so much again, gentlemen, and have a good evening.
Thank you, everyone. I would request Mr. Shalabh Chaturvedi to come on the stage and please present the small token of appreciation from our side. Okay, with this, we have come to the end of the session. Before ending the session, I would request Mr. Shalabh Chaturvedi to come on the stage and please give the closing remarks.
Evening. Uma, don't go yet. Please stay back for me. We are at the fag end of an intense day. Looks from the tired faces that the grill was intense. I think that that gives the credit to the sessions that we had. Also, those who had Delhi traffic on mind have gone. And those who are here are, I think, one, either passionate about human capital significantly, or the car is parked so away that you have already given up. That's the fate for today evening. The day for me was quite interesting. And when I again look at what I mentioned in the beginning, that we all are spending our day here, it's a precious time in between. Some of us were doing some calls, attending to urgent business needs, but still present here. Because this is not just one of the also runs. This is no longer a function. This is a strategy.
And if we do not give it the right sort of importance as a strategy, it's not going to take us anywhere. My key takeaways, if I have to quickly summarize my 5 points, where human capital can really become a true force multiplier, are first, that we learnt in the first session, that human capital is now a strategy lever and is no longer a support function. DK mentioned about the right hand and the left hand, and that's where we talk about how HR or human capital starts becoming a strategy. Second, technology is only half of the equation. The other half remains human capital. Even within this room, when Umesh lost his bag in the morning, technology couldn't help, no matter how hard we tried. It was human capital which found the bag in a different room on the same table with the same blue cover. But it was the grit, the resilience that somebody went out, also tried creatively to look at similar looking structures within this hotel, and found the bag eventually. Skilling gap is urgent. We talked about 6 million. Vijay had some doubts on the figure, and we'll do the math. But it is still a large challenge. It is not a statistic, it is a challenge. Last month, I was in Gujarat. The rains came before time. The machine operators had gone. They had gone to UP and Bihar for the harvest. The machines were lying idle. There was nobody there. We were talking about, stage 4 to stage 5 liquidation, we'll give you a special discount, buy a stage 4 machine. He said, what will I do with the machine? There is no operator there. That was the skill gap staring at me in my eyes, in my face, just last month. With idle machines. The seasons of harvest changes the workforce availability, even in our factories. The casual trainees disappear during the seasons of whatever, So, I think skilling gap is urgent, but it is also solvable. We have seen various organizations doing that, and industries doing that, and I think that CE industry is no alien to solve this problem. The fourth is that we must nurture not just skills, but cultures. And this is where I think Mr. Prem Singh probably was mentioning about, that is the competitive advantage. What is something which nobody can copy from you? And that is where the culture comes into the picture. And that needs to be nurtured. It won't happen overnight. Like we got the example from Hyundai. They spent most of the time in planning, and then it was a sharp cut when they changed from 15, 17 layers to 7 odd layers. Or Larsen and Toubro did the learning portal starting from 2006 onwards. Continued to invest no matter what happens. Over a period of time, it becomes a force to reckon with. And then the last and the final of my takeaway is that leadership matters, especially at the front lines, not in the corner offices. And to create leaders there, you need to have that level of empathy, that level of access. We heard, I think it was it probably Vridgen, which mentioned that the entire management is now trained as certified coaches, and now they are mentoring the rest of the organization. How do you bring in the frontline people closer and make them feel empowered as a leader? So for me, with that, with the Environment Day and the plant that we, again the seed that we sowed a year back has grown to a plant right here. Probably next year we'll have to move it here because it will keep growing in front of the stage. But, and very thoughtfully done ICMA with the plant also that many of the panelists got. So thank you. I think first I would, as a vote of thanks, after my key takeaways, I would first like to thank ICEMA first for making all of this happen. Without your tireless effort behind the scenes, nothing was possible. Well done, guys. Really well done. Second, the biggest enabler was Deloitte, I would say, for being through the sessions, acting as moderators in many of the panels, showing your thought leadership, your capability as a partner, as the voice, I would say, out of the big four, which represents CE industry quite significantly, especially in the matters of human capital. Thanks a lot, Deloitte team. Really much appreciated. All the sponsors who made it comfortable for all of us to have this event. On the sponsors, starting with Case Construction, Tata Hitachi, Volvo, Cobelco, Deloitte, and IESC, which is again not just a sponsor, but I would say an integral part of the entire ecosystem which we are trying to solve. My last and final thanks to our mentor and keynote speaker, DK, for being present here throughout and guiding us. Thanks a lot for that. And to all of you for staying on despite the traffic till 5 p.m., knowing what you may face. But I think the cause is extremely important, what we are all working for. And this is indeed going to be the strategic lever that we all aspire to solve. With that, thank you very much. And I look forward to see all of you and more next year in Q2. Thank you.
So, may I request Mr. Dharmendra Krishnan to come on the stage and please present a memento from our side to Mr. Shalabh Chaturvedi, who is the convener, and co-convener Mr. Umesh Hota. We also request Mr. Sanjeev Bajaj to join us on the stage. Sanjeev Bajaj is the CEO of Escorts Kubota Limited.
Not expected.
Thank you. As we conclude today's Human Capital Summit for the construction equipment industry, we thank each of you for your presence, ideas, energy, and your participation. Because of your participation, we were able to organize this event successfully. Please travel safely, and we look forward to seeing you again at the next initiative of ICEMA. With that, conference is officially closed. Thank you so much.